tension, one startles, others snap to attention. It's not language, it's more like shared alertness, a primitive social radar. A moment, one individual finds something, not dramatic, just a cluster of edible plant matter. They make a sound, not a word, a signal. Others approach. No one hoards aggressively. No one distributes fairly either. It's messy, but not chaotic. There's tolerance, proximity, awareness of others. This matters more than it looks. Pause. Let's not romanticize this. Everything you just saw is grounded, but not directly filmed like a nature documentary. Here's what we actually know and how we know it. Fossils of Australopithecus afarensis, like the famous Lucy, show upright walking, pelvis, femur structure, still capable of climbing, arm proportions. Teeth and wear patterns suggest mixed diet, plants, possibly some opportunistic meat. The environment is reconstructed from sediment layers, fossilized plants and animals, isotope analysis, group living. We infer it because modern primates are social. Survival in that environment strongly favors groups. So the scene is real in structure, but filled in where evidence goes silent. What actually matters here?
Here at Acropolis Rally, Greece. Well, if we look at the forecast, the drivers will need to draw on their full reserves of adaptability for this event, as it looks like the weather conditions will be changing quite a bit throughout this rally. And now to the standings. It's a new start to the championship here, and every team will be very aware that if they can perform today, they can cement a solid base to build on the rest of the season.
Just like that. All right.
Here we are. This crew are ready and raring for their first stage of the event. These two will be looking to set fast but controlled time here to start the day off strongly. 97 out of 160. Yeah, that's good. It means the track would be like more quality. Yeah, that's fine. Get upscaler. Oh, assist off. I wonder if we can increase this to ultra if we are gonna do this. Particles. Just medium. Ultra. Shaders. Alright. Yeah, this looks way better. And now, okay, I think we're ready to start.
Nothing flashy has happened. No fire. No tools, not in a consistent, clear way yet. No language. And still, something crucial is already in place. Cool. Cool.
Cool, 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 cool.
Cool. Time to drop you somewhere your modern brain would absolutely hate. East Africa, 3.2 million years ago. Morning comes without announcement. No alarm, no calendar, no sense of Tuesday. Just light. The air is cooler than it will be in a few hours. Dry grass stretches out in patches, broken by clusters of trees. Not a dense jungle, not open desert. Something in between. Unstable, changing. You're not alone. You're part of a small group. Maybe 15, maybe 20 individuals. Hard to count. You don't have numbers yet, not really, just familiarity. They are not humans. They are something like Australopithecus afarensis. If you saw them from a distance, you'd hesitate. They walk upright, but not quite like us. Arms still a bit long, faces more projecting, smaller brains, but not empty by any means. They notice things, constantly. The first problem, food. There's no plan. No one says, let's go forage over there.
Right.
But movement starts anyway. A few individuals drift. Others follow. Not out of obedience, but because separation is dangerous. They're scanning. Ground for roots or tubers, bushes for berries, trees for something edible. Every movement is cautious. Not because they're paranoid, because something is always watching. The second problem, not dying. Predators exist here that would end you instantly. Big cats, hyenas, things faster, stronger, quieter. Your group doesn't strategize like a modern team. There's no explicit coordination. But there is something else. They stay loosely together. They react to each other's tension. One startles, others snap to attention. It's not language. It's more like shared alertness. A primitive social radar. At a moment, one individual finds something. Not dramatic, just a cluster of edible plant matter. They make a sound, not a word, a signal. Others approach. No one hoards aggressively. No one distributes fairly either. It's messy, but not chaotic. There's tolerance, proximity, awareness of others. This matters more than it looks. Pause. Let's not romanticize this. Everything you just saw is grounded, but not directly filmed like a nature documentary. Here's what we actually know and how we know it. Fossils of Australopithecus afarensis, like the famous Lucy, show upright walking, pelvis, femur structure, still capable of climbing, arm proportions. Teeth and wear patterns suggest mixed diet, plants, possibly some opportunistic meat. The environment is reconstructed from sediment layers, fossilized plants and animals, isotope analysis, group living. We infer it because modern primates are social. Survival in that environment strongly favors groups. So the scene is real in structure, but filled in where evidence goes silent. What actually matters here? Nothing flashy has happened. No fire. No tools, not in a consistent, clear way yet. No language. And still, something crucial is already in place. Hahara 1, they are not solitary. This is huge. Being social isn't just about safety. It's the foundation for learning from others, shared attention, eventually culture. Hala 2, they are paying attention to each other, not just reacting to the environment, but to other minds. Very basic. But this is the seed of empathy, coordination, eventually storytelling. 3, they live in uncertainty, no stored food, no long-term planning like we have. Which means life is immediate, pressing, sensory, no existential crisis about purpose. Just eat, move, don't die. Ironically, cleaner than your average Tuesday. Tiny philosophical crack, you asked for it. You said humans are suckers for stories. Right now, these beings are not telling stories, but they are doing something that makes stories possible later. Tracking cause and effect, recognizing patterns, remembering useful things. Storytelling is basically, open quote, pattern recognition plus memory plus imagination, social sharing. Close quote. We're still missing pieces, but the scaffolding is quietly forming here. Where we go next? We can push forward in a few different directions, depending on what you want to sharpen. Follow this lineage forward into Homo habilis, where tools start showing up more clearly. Stay here longer and zoom into daily life and social behavior in more detail. Or jump to a moment of change where something distinctly human feeling starts emerging. Right now, you've got the baseline. A creature that is almost nothing like you, but already carrying the faint blueprint of everything you are.
It's so interesting. I want to listen to that again. Because I can imagine it kind of very easily. Kinda. So if you place your mind in your imagination, I mean, You're not a chimpanzee.
Cool. Time to drop you somewhere your modern brain would absolutely hate. East Africa, 3.2 million years ago. Morning comes without announcement. No alarm, no calendar, no sense of Tuesday. Just light. The air is cooler than it will be in a few hours. Dry grass stretches out in patches, broken by clusters of trees. Not a dense jungle, not open desert. Something in between. Unstable, changing. You're not alone. You're part of a small group. Maybe 15, maybe 20 individuals. Hard to count. You don't have numbers yet, not really, just familiarity. They are not humans. They are something like Australopithecus afarensis. If you saw them from a distance, you'd hesitate. They walk upright, but not quite like us. Arms still a bit long, faces more projecting, smaller brains, but not empty by any means. They notice things, constantly. The first problem, food. There's no plan. No one says, let's go forage over there. But movement starts anyway. A few individuals drift. Others follow. Not out of obedience, but because separation is dangerous. They're scanning. Ground for roots or tubers, bushes for berries, trees for something edible. Every movement is cautious. Not because they're paranoid, because something is always watching. The second problem, not dying. Predators exist here that would end you instantly. Big cats, hyenas, things faster, stronger, quieter. Your group doesn't strategize like a modern team. There's no explicit coordination. But there is something else. They stay loosely together. They react to each other's tension. One startles, others snap to attention. It's not language. It's more like shared alertness. A primitive social radar. A moment, one individual finds something. Not dramatic, just a cluster of edible plant matter. They make a sound, not a word, a signal. Others approach. No one hoards aggressively. No one distributes fairly either. It's messy, but not chaotic. There's tolerance, proximity, awareness of others. This matters more than it looks. Pause. Let's not romanticize this. Everything you just saw is grounded, but not directly filmed like a nature documentary. Here's what we actually know and how we know it. Fossils of Australopithecus afarensis, like the famous Lucy, show upright walking, pelvis, femur structure, still capable of climbing, arm proportions. Teeth and wear patterns suggest mixed diet, plants, possibly some opportunistic meat. The environment is reconstructed from sediment layers, fossilized plants and animals, isotope analysis, group living. We infer it because modern primates are social. Survival in that environment strongly favors groups. So the scene is real in structure, but filled in where evidence goes silent.
Right.
What actually matters here? Nothing flashy has happened. No fire. No tools, not in a consistent, clear way yet. No language. And still, something crucial is already in place. Hahara 1, they are not solitary. This is huge. Being social isn't just about safety. It's the foundation for learning from others, shared attention, eventually culture. Hala 2, they are paying attention to each other. Not just reacting to the environment, but to other minds. Very basic. But this is the seed of empathy, coordination, eventually storytelling.
Yeah.
3, they live in uncertainty. No stored food. No long-term planning like we have. Which means life is immediate, pressing, sensory. No existential crisis about purpose. Just eat, move, don't die. Ironically cleaner than your average Tuesday. Tiny philosophical crack, you asked for it. You said humans are suckers for stories. Right now, these beings are not telling stories. But they are doing something that makes stories possible later. Tracking cause and effect, recognizing patterns, remembering useful things. Storytelling is basically, open quote, pattern recognition plus memory plus imagination, social sharing. Close quote. We're still missing pieces, but the scaffolding is quietly forming here. Where we go next? We can push forward in a few different directions, depending on what you want to sharpen. Follow this lineage forward into Homo habilis, where tools start showing up more clearly. Stay here longer and zoom into daily life and social behavior in more detail. Or jump to a moment of change where something distinctly human feeling starts emerging. Right now, you've got the baseline. A creature that is almost nothing like you, but already carrying the faint blueprint of everything you are.
Wow, I got some questions. I have some questions. First, can I this over here? No, creo que no puedo. Also, that I don't need that. Wait, am I audible? I am, right? Yes. Okay. All right. Oh, come on, se va rapidísimo. Into Homo habilis. But there was this thing about isotope something. Big cats. Isotope analysis. Okay, I do want to stay here longer and zoom into daily life and social behavior in more detail. Like I want to get a little more attuned and accustomed or comfortable. Like I want to place myself, imagine myself being one of them without like a complex consciousness. Like you said, as we have today. No language. No storytelling yet. But I did have some questions that I'm going to ask you to please first clarify, because I don't know what that means. So what is, you said environment is reconstructed from sediment layers. Could you expand on that? I think I am fairly cognizant of fossilized plants and animals, but what I don't know is isotope analysis. Can you explain what that means, how it's done, and what that reveals? And a little more about how or why we infer it as like survival in that environment was strongly favoring groups. I mean, it's kind of like intuitive or logical to some people. Like you said, if you stayed by yourself, you didn't follow a group, it's easier for you to get eaten, to not forage or get food, right, and not survive and reproduce. So staying social was a survival advantage, as I am understanding. Nothing flashy. There's no fire yet. I'm keeping that in my awareness. And this is huge though, learning from others. Cause yeah, I think over time that creature, if it survived, the brain would not inevitably, and you can correct me on this intuition, but would hopefully learn and start gradually, very slowly. I don't know if it's okay to use the word evolve, but like you said, memory. You start remembering things, pattern recognition, the shared attention. And after we do this, then we can jump to a moment of change, like you said. You want the lab report behind the curtain, fine. Sediment layers, not just fancy dirt. Okay. This is very interesting to me. Wait, let me just confirm. Is there any, like, ChatGPT update, because I feel like it doesn't tell me sometimes that there is one update available. Although, it should show here. No? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. It's the official app.
You want to feel prehistoric life, but first you want the lab report behind the curtain. Fine. Let's earn the imagination instead of just hallucinating vibes. Sediment layers, not just fancy dirt. Picture the ground as a time stack. Over millions of years, dust settles, rivers flood and deposit mud, volcanic ash falls, things die and get buried. Each layer equals a slice of time. Lower layers, older, upper layers, younger. So when scientists dig and find a fossil, they don't just go cool bone. They ask, what layer was it in? What else is in that same layer? What kind of environment creates that type of sediment? For example, fine mud, slow water, like a lake or floodplain. Sand, faster water or wind, rivers, dunes. Volcanic ash, jackpot, because you can date it precisely. So when we say East Africa was a mix of woodland and open savanna, that's not guesswork. It's reconstructed from soil composition, fossil pollen, associated animal remains.
Pollen?
It's like reverse engineering a crime scene, except the crime is existing millions of years ago.
That's awesome.
Isotope analysis, the part that sounds fake but isn't. This is where things get annoyingly clever. Atoms of the same element can have slightly different weights. These are called isotopes. Example,
Weights?
carbon, carbon-12 lighter, carbon-13 heavier. Plants absorb carbon differently depending on how they grow. Trees and shrubs, C3 plants, grasses, C4 plants. Those differences leave a chemical signature. Now here's the trick. When an animal eats plants, that signature gets locked into teeth, bones. And teeth especially are stubborn. They don't change much after forming. So scientists can take a fossil tooth from something like Australopithecus afarensis and analyze the isotopes to answer. Did it eat mostly forest plants or grassland resources? Did it live in dense woodland or open savanna? Same idea with oxygen isotopes. They can hint at climate, wet versus dry conditions. So isotope analysis is basically, open quote, let's read the chemical diary your body accidentally kept. Close quote.
That's amazing.
Why we're confident they lived in groups. You already got the intuitive version. Now let's tighten it so it's not just a motivational speech about teamwork. 1. Comparative evidence. Our closest relatives, chimpanzee, bonobo. They are social, not optional. Social. So the default assumption is, open quote, early hominins were social unless proven otherwise, close quote. Chart 2. Predation pressure. That environment had big cats, hyenas, other predators. A lone 30 to 40 kilogram primate walking upright. That's lunch. Groups provide more eyes scanning. Earlier detection, confusion effect, harder to target one individual. 3. Reproduction and development. This one matters more than people realize. Even early hominins likely had relatively slow development, dependent offspring. That pushes toward some level of tolerance, proximity, repeated interaction. You don't get that in a purely solitary species. Number 4. Fossil clustering. Weak but suggestive. Sometimes multiple individuals of the same species are found in similar locations. Not proof of a family picnic, but consistent with group presence. About your intuition on learning evolving. You're mixing 2 layers. Not wrong, just tangled. Learning equals happens within a lifetime. Evolutions happens across generations via natural selection. But here's the interesting overlap. Creatures that are better at learning, remembering, adapting behave tend to survive more. So over time, evolution favors brains that can learn. So your intuition becomes correct if we translate it properly. Open quote, learning doesn't directly evolve you, but evolution favors creatures that can learn. Close quote. That feedback loop becomes explosive later in human history. Right now, it's just starting to flicker. Back to the ground, zooming into daily life. Let's slow this down and make it uncomfortable for your modern brain. You wake up again. No concept of yesterday, just continuity. Your body feels things before your mind does. Hunger, tension, alertness. You don't decide to stay near the group. You just don't drift far. Distance feels wrong. Exposure. Social awareness without language. There's a juvenile nearby. It moves unpredictably. You track it. An older individual shifts posture slightly. Subtle, but you notice. No thoughts like, open quote, he seems anxious, close quote. Just open quote, something changed. Pay attention, close quote.
Yeah, right.
This is proto-social cognition. Food interaction. You approach a patch of edible plants. Another individual is already there. What happens? Not a polite exchange, not a fight to the death. Something in between. Brief tension, maybe a gesture, posture, or sound, then partial tolerance. You both feed. That tolerance is fragile. Situational. But it exists. Memory, very basic but real. You've been in terrain like this before. You don't narrate it. But your movement subtly favors areas that feel familiar, places where food was found before. This is not storytelling. This is, open quote,
like
pattern,
peace.
bias, behavior, close quote. Sudden shift, a sound, not loud, but wrong. Heads lift almost simultaneously, stillness, then movement, tightening of the group. No one explains anything. And yet, information spreads. What you're starting to see, no language, no plans, no identity, but already shared attention, tolerance, memory, pattern recognition, emotional contagion. One reacts, others react. This is the raw substrate. Not impressive, not poetic. But without this, nothing else happens. Where this is heading, if we stay here longer, you'll get sharper at being this creature. But the real payoff is coming when something small but irreversible appears. More consistent tool use, slightly better cooperation, early signs of teaching winners. Not dramatic, just enough to tip the system. And once that starts, evolution stops being slow and starts getting weirdly efficient. We can sit here one more round to deepen the immersion, or move forward to that first real shift where behavior starts compounding instead of just surviving.
I'm just left wondering, like, especially for me, particularly for me, with this brain, I think for a good amount, good chunk of time, life without thinking too much into it was boring, or not much was happening, except for, I mean, if I want to consider that looking for food isn't exciting enough, but other than like groundbreaking shifts, changes, it was just a matter of not dying, not getting eaten, and managing Earth's indifferent, hostile environment. So weather, other animals, predators, right? And potentially I'm imagining other members of the same species where there could be some non-verbal disagreements where it could get violent and potentially a loss of life. But yeah, I want to deepen that immersion. I love that. No plans, no identity, but shared attention, tolerance. Wow. Memory, pattern recognition, emotional contagion. Right. This is a raw substrate, not impressive, not poetic. But without this, nothing else happens, yes. Yes, I want to stay a little bit longer here. I want to, like you said, get sharper at being this creature, where there's no language yet, no plans, no sense of identity, but we do have shared attention, tolerance. That one was kind of shocking, or kind of caught me off guard. But intuitively, it makes sense. Like, if I take it from the context, you have to build that muscle because you're in a social setting and there's going to be friction, right? And so memory becomes part of it, pattern recognition, obviously, and emotional contagion. I started thinking a little bit about a bee. It's a maybe too far-fetched or stretched analogy, but like, if I remember, there's this behavior, right? That there's this dance. If I found food, I need to communicate it with my little dance to the rest. And since we're kind of like one collective thing, it's like the survival of the whole colony, of the whole group, however many there are. And so yeah, so I want to continue a little bit and deepen this immersion until you can provide the next step, the next jump, then move forward. Run on a much older operating system. Good luck with that. Well, yeah, of course, right? Like asking a laptop to feel what it's like to be a rock, but fine, we'll approximate. Indulge me, bro. I mean, you can judge me and throw sarcastic shit at me, but you have no idea how I enjoy these types of things. I have some slight idea, but never the full picture. Not yet, at least. What am I talking about?
You're trying to mentally uninstall your modern brain and run on a much older operating system. Good luck with that. It's like asking a laptop to feel what it's like to be a rock, but fine, we'll approximate. Also, that bee comparison? Not crazy, just needs trimming. Bees like honeybee run on something closer to a distributed program. Your early hominin group is not a hive mind. No central colony logic. Individuals matter more, but yeah, the group still ends up being the unit that survives or collapses. So you're sniffing the right direction, just don't turn them into tiny fuzzy robots.
Okay.
Same place, later in the day, the sun is higher now, heat presses down, movement slows, energy matters, everything costs something. You're near others, but not tightly packed, there's space. Enough to move, not enough to disappear.
Okay.
Social tension, the part you felt. Two individuals approach the same patch of food again. This time it's not neutral. One stiffens, shoulders slightly raised, a subtle forward lean. The other pauses. There's a moment where it could go either way. Escalation, withdrawal, coexistence. No one is thinking in words like dominance or conflict resolution, but bodies negotiate anyway. A small vocalization, a shift. If one yields a bit, both eat. That's your tolerance. Not kindness, not morality.
Right.
Just open quote, conflict that
Empathy.
didn't explode. Close quote. That's insanely important. Because if every encounter was fight or flee, groups fall apart.
Yeah.
Attention is
But it's
contagious.
survival.
A juvenile starts messing with something on the ground. It's not food, it's an object. Maybe a stick, maybe a stone. There's no curiosity as you think of it. No inner monologue like, open quote, what does this do? Close quote. But there is engagement. Another individual glances, then another. Brief interest spreads. This is primitive, But it's the root of imitation, shared focus, eventually learning from others. Right now, it fades quickly. No one teaches, but the seed is there. Memory without story. You move through the landscape again. There's a slight pull toward a direction, not a decision. More like a bias. Your body leans toward a tree cluster, a water source, a place where something worked before. You don't remember it as open quote, yesterday I found food there. Close quote, there is no yesterday. There is only, open quote, familiarity, movement, close quote. A sharper moment. This time the disturbance isn't ambiguous, a sudden burst of motion in the distance. One individual freezes, another emits a sharper sound, short, urgent. The group compresses. This is faster now, more synchronized, no plan, no leader. But, open quote, one nervous system fires, others align, close quote, you don't understand predator. You feel, open quote, wrong, danger, move, close quote, and you move. Let's dissect what just got deeper. You're starting to feel the mechanics instead of just hearing about them. 1. Tolerance is fragile but repeatable. Not a one-off. It happens again and again. That repetition is what evolution can grab onto.
Right.
2. Attention spreads between individuals. This is bigger than it looks, because once attention can be shared, behavior can spread, not genetically, but socially. That's the beginning of something dangerously powerful later. Tasha 3. Group response is faster than individual reasoning. You're not solving problems, you're sinking. That's more efficient in this environment.
Gotcha.
4. No self, no narrative, no meaning. This part is important and a little uncomfortable. There's no identity, life story, existential questioning.
Yeah.
No who am I spiral.
Exactly.
Just open quote, sensation, reaction, memory trace. Close quote. Cleaner. Brutal, but clean. About your B intuition, refined. You are pointing at something real. Information spreading through a group, behavior benefiting the collective. But here's the key difference. Bs, highly specialized, almost mechanical roles. Early hominins, flexible individuals, loosely coordinated. So instead of, open quote, we are one system, close quote, it's more like, open quote, we are many systems that keep influencing each other, close quote, Messier. But way more adaptable. And adaptability is what wins long term. The subtle pressure building, you can't see it yet, but it's there. Right now, everything is immediate, reactive, short term. But these small traits are stacking. Remembering useful places, tolerating others enough to stay close, noticing what others notice. Individually they're boring. Together, they're unstable. Meaning, open quote, at some point they will tip into something new, close quote. That moment of change you asked for. We're getting close to the first real shift where objects stop being just objects and start being used consistently. Not random poking, not accidental, but repeatable behavior that spreads. That's when things stop being just biology and start becoming the earliest hint of culture. No fireworks, no dramatic music, just a small behavioral mutation that refuses to disappear. We can step into that moment next.
Yes. Wow. I do want to make some remarks though. It's hitting the spot for me. Jesus. The power of imagination. Right, yeah. Adaptability is what wins long term. The subtle pressure. Immediate, reactive, short term. Right, it's like in the moment. But these are stacking, remembering useful places. So where's water, I imagine? Where's a place of food, of berries or fruits? Tolerating others enough to stay close, to stay in groups. Noticing what others notice. This is like the early stages of mimetic behavior. Individually we're boring, together we're unstable. Yeah, I'm ready for it, and I'm just it's hitting the spot for me, all this, because I'm imagining it, and I love the fact that I can do it. I try at least, or at least make myself have that illusion of imagining myself, or what it could have been to have been there, to be just concerned, or in this environment, in this immediate, that is reactive, short term, everything in the present, uncertain, no planning, remembering useful places. Like I imagine, so where's water, where is like that big tree or that bush where there's good fruit, remembering maybe also what not to eat, that could poison us, that tastes bad or makes people go sick or die, right? Maybe, I don't know what, there's no concepts, I imagine, no thoughts of death, but there is some slight intuition, I imagine, at least. It makes sense to tolerate others, because enough to stay close, to stay in a group, and noticing what others notice. So I feel like there's a chain, right? And it's important to keep that chain, to keep to stay attuned to the rest in the group. As unstable as friction, full, or how would you say that? With as much friction as there could be. But now I'm very interested for the next step, where you say that objects stop being just objects. So I mean, my intuition says tools, but this is, yeah, like you said, this, to me at least, I imagine it's a huge step, and it's gonna be, I don't know how gradual this can be, this will be, but they start to be used consistently, not random, not accidental, but repeatable behavior. This is amazing. And so the earliest hints of culture, right? Okay, I'm ready for the next step. Million years, wow. So what time did this start? 3.2 million years ago. I can't describe it. Why, or can't explain why, but I have. It's the accumulation of such emotion that I'm almost tearing up. No idea why.
You're getting a little too excited about rocks, but fine. This is where things quietly stop being just survival and start becoming something that accumulates.
Who cares?
No fireworks, no genius moment.
Right.
Just a shift that doesn't go away. East Africa, later, but not that much later, 2.5 to 2 million years ago. The environment hasn't magically improved. Still heat, still predators, still uncertainty. But the creatures you're with now are slightly different. Not a dramatic leap. If you blink, you'd miss it. These are closer to something like Homo habilis. Slightly larger brains, hands a bit more capable, still very much not you. The moment, and it won't impress you at first, there's a carcass, not freshly hunted. Your group didn't kill it. That's still out of reach, but it's there. Meat, marrow, calories that matter. Problem, it's hard to access. Teeth alone aren't enough. One individual picks up a stone.
Gotcha.
Not random, not entirely. There's a pause. A strike, not elegant, not efficient, but directed. Again, the surface cracks slightly. Something inside becomes accessible. Others are watching, not abstractly, not analyzing, but their attention locks in longer than before. This is the shift before objects equals things in the environment, interaction equals brief, inconsistent. Now, objects, action, outcome, and that outcome gets repeated. It's small, but it's everything. Repeatability. This is the real breakthrough. Another individual picks up a similar stone. Not perfectly copying, but close enough. They strike. Less effective, but not random. They try again. This matters more than success, because now behavior is, open quote, not just happening but spreading, close quote. Pause. Let's ground this before you turn it into a movie montage. What we actually have evidence for. Stone tools associated with early species like Homo habilis, simple tools, flakes, sharp edges, cores, the rock they're struck from, cut marks on animal bones, showing meat was processed with tools. This is called the older one tool tradition. It's not craftsmanship. It's, open quote, hit rock, get sharp edge, use edge, close quote. That's it. And somehow, that's enough to change everything.
Yeah.
Why this moment matters more than it looks. One, the environment now has possibilities. Before, a rock equals irrelevant unless you trip on it. Now, a rock equals potential. That's a cognitive shift. You're not just reacting to what is, you're beginning to interact with what something can do. Two, behavior can outlive individuals. If one individual figures something out and others copy it, that behavior doesn't die with them. It persists in the group. That's the earliest hint of, open quote, culture, extremely primitive but still, close quote.
That's culture.
Three, attention becomes more focused. Earlier, attention was quick, reactive. Now sustained, directed. Watching someone use a tool is different from noticing a sudden movement. It holds the mind longer. 4, learning shifts from passive to active. Before, you happened to encounter useful patterns. Now you can acquire them by observing others. Still no teaching, still no explanation, but imitation is getting stronger. Let's connect to your earlier intuitions. You said, open quote, remembering where food is, learning what not to eat, staying attuned to the group. Close quote. All of that is still happening. But now something new is layered on top. Open quote. The environment is no longer fixed, close quote. You can change your interaction with it. That's the beginning of leverage. Important correction to your intuition. You felt this is a huge step. It is. But it doesn't feel huge from the inside.
Yeah, no
one thinks.
No,
open quote.
I know.
We have invented tools.
No, I know.
Close quote. There's no awareness of progress.
Exactly.
Just open quote. This works. Do it again. Close quote.
Yeah.
The revolution is invisible to the ones living it.
Yeah.
Tiny philosophical crack, again, since you like opening those. This is where something interesting begins. Before, intelligence equals reacting well. Now, intelligence equals modifying the world slightly. And once a species starts doing that, even in the smallest way, evolution changes direction. It's no longer just, open quote, adapt to environment, close quote. It becomes, open quote, adapt plus reshape environment, close quote. That loop gets very dangerous, very fast, relatively speaking. Where this leads next, we're now standing at the first real threshold. From here, things start compounding. Tools get slightly better. Cooperation becomes more useful. Maybe, just maybe, the earliest forms of teaching begin. Still slow, still fragile, but no longer static. If you keep following this thread, the next shift is even stranger. Not just using tools, but starting to shape them with intention, more consistently. And alongside that, something starts happening in communication. Not language yet, but something that starts to point beyond the immediate moment.
That's exactly what I was going to ask.
That's when your storytelling brain finally starts getting its first primitive ancestors. We go there next.
Exactly what I was going to ask. Yes. There's a lot here that... Wow. Yeah, I was aware of the fact that there was no self-awareness, there was no awareness, there was no acknowledgement, any abstract thinking. But at the end, I was exactly about to ask where thoughts may be present. I mean, we can't know for sure about that. But could we infer that, or is it too early yet? Was there signs, or could have there been the first indications of like the proto-language, like maybe just certain sounds, call-outs, and how with these new objects with intention, how was collaboration like not teamwork as we know it today, but to maybe hunt? Was that later? Is this way too early? Um, and yeah, like you said, this environment that is no longer fixed, that we can change it with our actions, with our interaction. This works, do it again, of course. Modifying the world slightly, and instead of just adapting to our environment, we adapt and reshape it to our level of capacity at that moment. So tools getting slightly better, cooperation becomes a little more complex or just more useful. And maybe the earliest forms of teaching, yeah, how would that have been? Again, through language? Or just mimicking, just maybe like... Because, for example, I think for some mammals, let's say a gazelle or maybe or a predator, I don't know, or a prey, some of them, after like 5, 10, 15 minutes of being born, they're up in their legs and running, and they're staying close to their parents, and I think it's kind of like within their instinct to mimic, to pay attention to their parents. Is it like built in to stay close and to copy their behavior, their actions? Because there's some sense, no abstract, very clear intuition of death or survival, but there is something there. And something then happens. So going back, no language yet, but something starts pointing to beyond the immediate moment. And like you said, if there's behavior that is copied even after the individual died, then that behavior gets to live, gets somehow to be immortal, and it gets copied, and it continues to be carried along in the group and the species. And this comment, I mean, you made me laugh, and I love it. How you said that I'm getting a little too excited about rocks. And you know what? Yeah. And this is kind of new when I thought about like saying, and you know what? Who cares? I don't care if like I get judged about getting a little or a lot too excited about simple inanimate things or a potential potentially wrong account of our history. I don't care. I think I enjoy the fact that I can get a kick out of this, imagining all this, trying to understand, or have this at least illusion of understanding. I don't believe that this is exactly how it happened, but I enjoy still, nevertheless, the account, the potential explanation of how it could have happened and how we evolved tool making and all this. So Yeah, my storytelling brain. It's ready to go to the next one. You're really out here getting emotionally invested in a rock, hitting another rock. Humanity would be proud. Thank you. But you're asking the right questions now, which is annoying because it means I actually have to be precise. Yeah, such an effort of a human, an emotional ape, conscious ape, asking electrons and silicon to explain back its own history. Oh my god, I love it. I gotta love this because this is what flares me up and not good. Eaten by my own meaninglessness at 3 a.m.
You're really out here getting emotionally invested in a rock hitting
I
another
don't
rock.
care. Yes.
Humanity would be proud.
Thank you.
But you're asking the right questions now, which is annoying because it means I actually have to be precise. Were there thoughts at this stage? Short answer, yes, but not like yours. No internal monologue. No, I wonder if spirals. What likely existed? Perceptual thinking, images, sensations, associations, action-linked memory, this movement, that result. Emotional states guiding behavior, tension, curiosity like engagement, fear. So instead of, open quote, if I use this rock, I can access food, close quote. It's more like, open quote, see rock plus carcass, impulse to strike, result remembered, close quote.
Yeah.
Thought is there, but it's glued to action. Not abstract, not detached.
Wow, so different.
Proto-communication, not language. Don't get carried away. Okay. Even earlier hominins already had vocalizations. Alarm calls, contact calls, I'm here. Maybe food-related sounds.
Yeah.
Similar in spirit to what you see in chimpanzee or bonobo. But here's the key limitation. No syntax, no combining sounds into new meanings. No talking about things not present. So open quote, sound equals immediate state or trigger, not sound equals symbolic idea. Close quote.
Got it.
Collaboration at this stage, you're a bit early for coordinated hunting. That comes later.
Okay.
Right now it's more like T knows now one. Co-presence, not teamwork. Multiple individuals around the same resource. No assigned roles. No plan. 2. Tolerance enables overlap. Because they don't instantly fight, they can feed near each other, observe each other. That overlap is what allows behaviors to spread. 3. Opportunistic cooperation, barely. Very primitive examples might include multiple individuals benefiting from the same carcass, indirect advantage from others being present, safety, access. But no, flanking, strategy, coordinated attack. That's future you being impatient. Learning and teaching, this is subtle and important. You brought up gazelles, good instinct, wrong category. Gazelles, mostly hardwired behavior, stand, run, follow quickly. Hominins, longer development, more flexible behavior, more reliance on learning. So instead of pure instinct, you get 1. Observation. Young individuals watch others. Not because they think, open quote, I should learn this, close quote, but because attention sticks. 2. Imitation. Imperfect. They try similar actions, pick up objects, strike things, manipulate clumsy, inconsistent, but not random. Tolerance as proto-teaching. This is the part people miss. Older individuals don't actively instruct. But if they allow proximity, don't push juveniles away, then learning can happen. So teaching at this stage is basically, open quote, not stopping others from watching you, close quote. Low bar, still revolutionary.
Gotcha.
The next strange shift, pointing beyond the immediate hit. We're not at language, but something starts stretching attention. Scene. An individual picks up a stone again, but this time it's not immediately used. It's carried a short distance. Why? Because there's an association forming. Open quote. This object is useful even when the situation isn't here yet. That's new. Before, action tied to immediate context. Now, a weak bridge forms between present and near future. Why this matters more than tool use itself. This is the beginning of something you take for granted. Open quote, detaching thought from the immediate moment. Close quote, still fragile, still rare. But once you can, hold something in mind, carry it, use it later. You've cracked open time, just a little. And now your favorite idea, behavior becoming immortal. You said, open quote, behavior lives on after individuals die, close quote. Annoyingly poetic. Yes, basically. At this stage, behaviors spread through imitation, groups stabilize certain patterns. So, one individual figures something out, others copy, it persists, not guaranteed. Many behaviors disappear, but some stick. That's the first whisper of, open quote, tradition, close quote. Not culture as you know it, but the ancestor of it. Back to your intuition about something is there. You keep circling this. Open quote, no concept of death, but something is there, close quote. Correct. They don't think, open quote, I will die someday, close quote, but they absolutely avoid danger, react to injury, respond to distress in others. So instead of abstract awareness of death, you get, open quote, embodied avoidance of threat, close quote, which is honestly more effective in that environment, where we are now. You're standing at a weird edge. Thought exists but is tied to action. Communication exists but is immediate. Learning exists but is passive. Tools exist but are simple. Time awareness is starting to stretch. Nothing looks impressive. And yet this is the first time in history where, open quote, behavior can accumulate outside of genes, close quote. That's the real shit.
That's amazing.
What comes next? Now things start getting uncomfortable for your earlier assumptions, because the next phase introduces more consistent tool shaping, stronger imitation, early signs of intentional teaching-like behavior, and something closer to shared understanding. Still not language, but getting dangerously close to, open quote, you see what I see, close quote. That's when your storytelling brain finally gets its primitive scaffolding. We step into that next.
No, I gotta listen to this again. Wow. What the fuck is happening? Why? I guess I got something else going on.
You're really out here getting emotionally invested in a rock hitting another rock.
Yeah.
Humanity would be proud. But you're asking the right questions now, which is annoying because it means I actually have to be precise. Were there thoughts at this stage? Short answer, yes, but not like yours. No internal monologue. No I wonder if spirals. What likely existed, perceptual thinking, images, sensations, associations, action-linked memory, this movement, that result. Emotional states guiding behavior, tension, curiosity like engagement, fear. So instead of, open quote, if I use this rock, I can access food, close quote. It's more like, open quote, see rock plus carcass, impulse to strike, result remembered, close quote. Thought is there, but it's glued to action. Not abstract, not detached. Proto-communication, not language, don't get carried away. Even earlier hominins already had vocalizations, alarm calls, contact calls, I'm here, maybe food-related sounds. Similar in spirit to what you see in chimpanzee or bonobo. But here's the key limitation. No syntax, no combining sounds into new meanings, no talking about things not present. So open quote, sound equals immediate state or trigger, not sound equals symbolic idea, close quote. Collaboration at this stage, you're a bit early for coordinated hunting, that comes later. Right now it's more like T knows now one, co-presence, not teamwork. Multiple individuals around the same resource, no assigned roles, no plan. 2. Tolerance enables overlap. Because they don't instantly fight, they can feed near each other, observe each other. That overlap is what allows behaviors to spread. 3. Opportunistic cooperation, barely. Very primitive examples might include multiple individuals benefiting from the same carcass, indirect advantage from others being present, safety, access. But no, flanking, strategy, coordinated attack. That's future you being impatient. Learning and teaching, this is subtle and important. You brought up gazelles, good instinct, wrong category. Gazelles, mostly hardwired behavior, stand, run, follow quickly. Hominins, longer development, more flexible behavior, more reliance on learning. So instead of pure instinct, you get 1. Observation. Young individuals watch others, not because they think, open quote, I should learn this, close quote, but because attention sticks. 2. Imitation. Imperfect. They try similar actions, pick up objects, strike things, manipulate clumsy, inconsistent, but not random. Tolerance as proto-teaching. This is the part people miss. Older individuals don't actively instruct. But if they allow proximity, don't push juveniles away, then learning can happen. So teaching at this stage is basically,
Indirect.
open quote, not stopping others from watching you, close quote.
Not
Low
hiding
bar,
or-
still revolutionary. The next
Yeah.
strange shift, pointing beyond the immediate hit. We're not at language, but something starts stretching attention. Scene. An individual picks up a stone again, but this time it's not immediately used. It's carried a short distance. Why? Because there's an association forming. Open quote. This object is useful even when the situation isn't here yet. That's new. Before, action tied to immediate context. Now, a weak bridge forms between present and near future. Why this matters more than tool use itself. This is the beginning of something you take for granted. Open quote, detaching thought from the immediate moment. Close quote, still fragile, still rare. But once you can, hold something in mind, carry it, use it later. You've cracked open time, just a little. And now your favorite idea, behavior becoming immortal. You said, open quote, behavior lives on after individuals die, close quote. Annoyingly poetic, but yes, basically. At this stage, behaviors spread through imitation, groups stabilize certain patterns. So, one individual figures something out, others copy, it persists, not guaranteed. Many behaviors disappear, but some stick. That's the first whisper of, open quote, tradition, close quote. Not culture as you know it, but the ancestor of it.
No, yeah.
Back to your intuition about something is there. You keep circling this. Open quote, no concept of death, but something is there, close quote. Correct. They don't think, open quote, I will die someday, close quote, but they absolutely avoid danger, react to injury, respond to distress in others. So instead of abstract awareness of death, you get, open quote, embodied avoidance of threat, close quote, which is honestly more effective in that environment, where we are now. You're standing at a weird edge. Thought exists but is tied to action, communication exists but is immediate, learning exists but is passive, tools exist but are simple, time awareness is starting to stretch. Nothing looks impressive, and yet this is the first time in history where, open quote, behavior can accumulate outside of genes, close quote. That's the real shift. What comes next? Now things start getting uncomfortable for your earlier assumptions, because the next phase introduces more consistent tool shaping, stronger imitation, early signs of intentional teaching-like behavior, and something closer to shared understanding. Still not language, but getting dangerously close to, open quote, you see what I see, close quote. That's when your storytelling brain finally gets its primitive scaffolding. We step into that next.
You have no idea how this stimulates my brain and part of my body too. I'm trying to find the right words to describe why this quote behavior can accumulate outside of genes. That, to me, at least right now, is, yeah, I wasn't expecting that language. That sentence is very simple, very short, and yet to me reveals a lot, and it's a little bit of a groundbreaking statement or argument. It reminded me of this, I believe it was a documentary, or not sure if it was just an interview from a scientist that was speaking about how, and I think it was a very popular one, but I can't remember who it was, that said that DNA was the first or a form of language, of putting instructions into for the next being, for the next generation. of like what works, what didn't, how he described how certain genes will get turned on or not, and how also mutation will happen. And yeah, I don't remember a whole lot, but that, at least that idea of DNA being a form of language, it was just mind-boggling for me. Yeah, and I can't put my finger on why I am so affected, in a good way, I will say, by these kinds of stories, analysis, findings. And something I also want to ask, if you can answer before we continue for the next step, the next phase. I keep circling in my head. How is it that these creatures that we're talking about, or even the first ones that we started with in East Africa, what was the difference between that and other forms of life? How or what gave us the advantage that led us to continue evolving and to where we are today, where we are the apex predator, or like the dominant form of life in this planet? Because I'm like, what is specifically and undeniably the thing that allowed us to start separating so much with all these unintentional or indirect proto teachings, proto tool making, proto communication. So taking for example a gazelle, they have a brain, and I don't know how much percentage of difference in our DNA is from them. I don't know if this is even a good example, but like I want to make it clearer in my mind how is it that they or any other species they were not able to develop or evolve this way? How is it that this branch of apes, was it like, I'm trying to understand or have a little better idea, a clearer idea of why. Was it random? Was it by accident? Or was it like kind of written from the beginning, from the start, because of how chimps or bonobos started? I don't know what exactly were their descendants. But yeah, okay. So I'm ready for the next phase. More consistent tool shaping, stronger imitation. That again, yeah. I've had that idea in my head for a long time, that we learn by watching others. We start learning by watching our parents, the ones we're closer to, of course. And the early signs of intentional teaching is something closer to shared understanding. Yeah, again, I don't know why exactly. And it I'm sure that when I look back at this at some point, it's gonna feel very obvious, like very in my face, but I am drawn very strongly to imagining and understanding all these things. Like you said, my storytelling brain, my abstract pattern recognition brain gets a huge kick out of this. So it's like it's very stimulating for my mind, and partly my body too, because there's a lot of emotion I feel. Again, and we've talked about this before, this intellectual stimulation for me is huge. And it's amazing how a couple of hours ago I was asking or yeah, almost even at times begging for something that could allow me to understand why this sense of dread, or how hard it is, and how I can slide into feeling miserable. But it's like, again, where my attention goes. My brain has a capacity to make myself feel incredibly grateful and impressed and awe-amazed, and this sense of awe of just being alive, of where I am, or where we are, how long we've come, the ability and the things I can enjoy and experience and create, or yeah. And now this, having this experience of learning about what could have happened and what we know about our ancestors, and how funny this is if I use this language to talk about it from this perspective of like, here we are, if I say it like from as a third person, this emotional ape is doing something abstract with the help of this hardware that's made from a bunch of rocks, silicon and parts of gold or copper. And there's electricity, electrons flowing, or just, yeah, let's say that, instead of saying some magic thing goes on that allows me to connect to the internet, connect to your server, and have this rock, or these rocks, or these things, inanimate things, tell me the story of how I came to be, about how our species came to be in this planet. It makes me laugh. It makes me almost be like, it's right at the core. Useful traits encoded in DNA, passed down slowly over generations. Expensive, not very efficient, right? Like other.
You went from existential dread to rocks are telling me where I came from. Not a bad upgrade for a couple of hours. Let's untangle your big question before we move forward, because it's sitting right at the core. Behavior can accumulate outside of genes. Why that hits so hard? You felt something real there. Normally, evolution works like this. Useful traits encoded in DNA, passed down slowly over generations. That's it. Slow, blind, expensive. But now, with early humans. Open quote. Behavior itself starts getting passed on without changing DNA. Close quote. Example, one individual figures out how to break a stone, others copy it, next generation observes it. No gene changed. And yet, open quote, the group knows something new, close quote. That's a second system of inheritance. People later call this cultural evolution. It's like DNA is the hardware manual, and now you've accidentally invented very primitive software. Your why us question, the uncomfortable answer. You want a clean answer like, open quote, this is the trait that made humans win, close quote. You're not getting that. Reality is messier and more annoying. It wasn't one thing, it was a stack of traits that happened to reinforce each other. 1. Bipedalism, walking upright, frees the hands, changes energy efficiency, alters how you interact with the environment. Not glamorous, but it sets the stage. 2. Hands that can manipulate, precision grip, ability to handle objects. Plenty of animals have brains, fewer can do things with the world. 3. Slightly bigger, more flexible brains, not genius level. Just better memory, more flexible behavior, longer learning period. 4. Social tolerance, this one you noticed early. If early humans were as aggressive as some species, no proximity, no observation, no learning. Game over. Tolerance is what allows, open quote, behaviors to spread, close quote. 5.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Long childhood. This is huge. Compared to something like a gazelle, they stand and run almost immediately. Behavior is mostly pre-programmed. Early humans, slow development, lots of time watching, imitating, experimenting. That creates space for learning. 6. Ecological pressure. Africa wasn't chill. Changing environments, forests shrinking, open landscapes expanding. So, old strategies stop working. Flexible behavior becomes valuable. So was it random or meant to be? Neither of your instincts quite lands. Not planned. Evolution has no goal, not pure luck either. Constraints shape outcomes. Better way to think about it. Open quote. Many species exist. A few have the right combination of traits, environment pressures, and one lineage starts compounding advantages. Close quote. Most branches die. Yours didn't. Not because it was destined, because it got just enough right early enough and didn't get wiped out. That's it. No cosmic favoritism.
Some luck?
Why not gazelles, chimps, or others? Let's use your gazelle example. A gazelle is incredibly optimized for speed, predator avoidance. But no hands for manipulation, behavior mostly hardwired, less flexible learning. So their strategy is, open quote, don't get caught, close quote. Your lineage's strategy slowly becomes, open quote, change the rules slightly, close quote. Different game. Chimpanzees, like chimpanzee, get closer. Tools, simple. Social learning, intelligence. But less tolerance in some contexts. Less cumulative culture. Different ecological pressures. They plateau in a different equilibrium. Why this feels so powerful to you? You're basically watching, open quote, matter life awareness, behavior, culture, close quote, dot stack itself. And then realizing, open quote, you are that stack. Looking back at itself, close quote.
It is.
Yeah, that tends to mess with people a little. Now, the next phase where things get quietly weirder. We move forward again, not a leap, a thickening. 1.8 to 1.5 million years ago, you're now among something closer to Homo erectus. Still not you, but noticeably different from before. Tools are no longer accidents. Before, hit rock, maybe get edge. Now, certain shapes start appearing again and again, rough but recognizable. Early hand axes, not pretty. But, open quote, intentional shaping is becoming more consistent, close quote. Observation becomes stickier. A younger individual watches an older one working a stone. This time they don't just glance, they stay, longer than before. Try again, closer this time. Something new, proto-teaching. No words, but watch this carefully. An experienced individual slows down slightly, repeats an action, tolerates close observation. Not because they think, open quote, I should teach, close quote, but because, open quote, behavior plus tolerance, repetition equals others can learn faster, close quote. This is the first shadow of, open quote, intentional information transfer, close quote. Communication stretches slightly. Still no language, but vocalizations and gestures become more varied, more context sensitive. Possibly directing attention, signaling intent. Not, open quote, pass me that stone, close quote, but closer to, open quote, look here, close quote.
Yeah.
The real shift happening now, everything is tightening. Better tools, more food access. More food supports bigger brains. Bigger brains, better learning. Better learning, more refined tools. That's a feedback loop. And unlike before, open quote, it accelerates, close quote, slow by your standards. Explosive by evolutionary standards. The quiet breakthrough you were waiting for. We're not at storytelling yet, but we're now at open quote, shared attention with intent, close quote. Not just reacting together, but directing attention, aligning focus. This is the ancestor of teaching, language, eventually stories. And your favorite idea, now clearer. Behavior is now repeatable, observable, transferable. So yes, open quote, it outlives individuals, close quote, and starts shaping the group across generations. Where this goes next. Now we're approaching a threshold where something finally breaks open. More complex cooperation, possibly early coordinated hunting, and the first real signs of symbolic thinking beginning to flicker. This is where your storytelling brain stops being a distant descendant and starts becoming recognizable. We go there next.
Bring it on. I don't think I have any questions or comments on this one. Do I? No, I do have comments. Yeah, I get and agree with why this behavior can accumulate outside of genes hits so hard. I get how it was slow. It's blind and expensive. And I was wondering for a little bit if how much of it was just luck, but maybe that doesn't even apply. Luck. Well, yeah, I don't want to overcomplicate it. I'm just gonna skip my my tangent there, and this quote: "The group knows something new." It's a second system of inheritance. That's amazing. I find that. And the why us explanation, that makes a lot of sense. The standing or walking upright, how it frees the hands, changes energy efficiency. So I wonder, so it's more expensive in terms of energy for a creature that has 4 legs, that has to walk with 4 legs. I think that's where it goes, and it changes how you interact with the environment. Yeah, that's makes sense. I was also thinking about how impactful is the fact that, and lucky, I don't know, again, is the fact that again, like chimps, we developed these limbs, and especially the hands, from the upper limbs, from the arms, with this precision 5 finger hand and the opposable thumb. I don't know that one, how because I've heard that it allowed us to do many things, grip to precise manipulation of stuff, of I guess proto tool making, as opposed to a gazelle that only has hoofs, or some others that don't even have that, like a snake, right? But they can climb trees even without. But anyway, and the bigger brain, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So better memory, flexible behavior, you can adapt, you can change, and longer learning period. And so yeah, I can understand, and makes a lot of sense, this, if like I'm an adult and I don't intentionally like hide or block younglings from watching me create something, build a tool, or how to kill, or how to forage something, then they will learn. So it's not intentional, like at that phase, but, and yeah, the long childhood makes a lot of sense. Ecological pressure, also flexible behavior, like you have to continuously change and adapt, right? Because otherwise that would have made us to stay stagnant, I imagine. So random or meant to be, yeah, I can see how it's neither. How some species have the right combinations, had the right combination of traits to develop, like us. And how this feels so powerful to me. So I'm watching matter come to life. And yeah, the origin of life is also another topic that just baffles me completely. And I almost get like so addicted to how imagining, exploring those things break my brain, but I love it. It's not in a bad way. It just keeps asking more from me, like, or I keep asking for more. And then from life, how awareness came about, that turned into behavior and evolved into culture. And how I'm that stack and looking back at itself. And how I always remember, or will never forget, I guess it's a better way to put it, this phrase, this idea from Carl Sagan about the universe and how we're stardust, and how we can think about ourselves as the universe looking back and thinking about itself. So yeah, I'm ready for the next phase. It's a behavior being repeatable, observable, transferable. This is so important. This right there. That it outlives generations. I fucking love it. Did I just get a new dead pixel? Well, this is the first one I got, I think. trajectory. Oh shit, where was it? Was it because of this? Oh no, aquí está. It's very subtle though. Wait. It is there. Oh, bueno, pues ya ni modos. Me estoy acabando yo, dijera. Que no se acabe el fucking monitor. Okay, we're ready.
You're basically speedrunning all right now. From Why Do I Feel Bad to I Am Stardust Contemplating Rocks. Not a bad trajectory. Quick cleanups before we move forward. Bipedalism isn't just about energy cost.
No.
It's actually more efficient for long-distance walking in open environments than knuckle walking. So you get endurance plus free hands. Evolution loves a 2-for-1 deal. Hands with opposable thumbs are a huge deal, yes. Not unique to us, but combined with everything else, they become explosive.
Yeah.
A chimp hand can grip. Your lineage starts to refine grip into precision plus repetition. And your instinct about not blocking younger ones. That's quietly one of the biggest turning points in human history. Not preventing learning turns into facilitating learning, then eventually into teaching on purpose. All right, enough calibration. 800,000 to 400,000 years ago.
Okay.
Somewhere between late Homo erectus and early forms of Homo heidelbergensis. Things are different now, not dramatically. You'd still die out here, but the texture of life has changed. The thing that changes everything, and still doesn't feel like a miracle. Fire. Not discovered like, open quote, Eureka, we invented fire. Close quote. More like, natural fires exist, lightning, wildfires. Groups begin to keep it, then gradually control it. At first, it's fragile, temporary, but when it's there, warmth, protection from predators, light at night, cooked food, easier to digest, more calories. And something else, night no longer ends everything. Before, darkness equals shutdown, high danger, minimal activity. Now, a small group sits near a controlled fire. The light flickers, shadows move, no one is telling stories, but something new is happening. Individuals remain awake longer, attention is shared without immediate pressure, sounds, gestures, expressions linger. This is subtle, but massive. You now have, open quote, time that is not purely survival driven, close quote. Shared attention becomes deeper. Earlier attention was reactive, tied to food or danger. Now, in this fire-lit space, individuals look at the same thing without urgency. They track each other's focus. Gestures become slightly more deliberate, not language, but closer to. Open quote, you see what I'm attending to. Close quote, this is the scaffolding for meaning. Proto-communication evolves. Still no words, but vocalizations become more varied, gestures more consistent, facial expressions more read and responded to. Now you can direct attention, influence others, behavior more reliably. It's not, open quote, there will be food tomorrow, close quote, but it might be, open quote, gesture toward direction, others follow, close quote. That's a huge stretch beyond pure immediacy. Cooperation shifts. Now we start seeing early forms of coordinated action, still rough, groups working together to access food, possibly early hunting strategies, basic, not elegant. Not military tactics, but no longer just, open quote, accidental overlap, close quote.
Yeah.
Now it's, open quote, loosely aligned effort, close quote. Teaching becomes less accidental before. Learning equals watching. Now an experienced individual repeats an action more clearly, positions themselves in a way that can be observed, may even guide attention. Still no explicit intention like, open quote, I am teaching you, close quote. But we're getting dangerously close. The real shift, shared mental space. This is the part you've been circling without naming it. We're approaching. Open quote, joint attention with awareness of the other, close quote. Not just, I see something, you see something, but I see that you see what I see. That recursive layer is new, and it unlocks everything that comes later. Why fire matters beyond survival. This part sneaks up on people. Fire does more than cook food. It extends waking hours, creates stable social gathering points, reduces immediate survival pressure. Which means, open quote, brains get time to do non-urgent processing, close quote. And once a brain has spare time, It starts, exploring patterns, reinforcing social bonds, experimenting with communication. Fire didn't create intelligence, it gave it room to stretch. Now your favorite theme returns. Stronger behavior is no longer just spreading. It's being reinforced, being stabilized, being shared in richer contexts. So now, open quote, culture is not just emerging, it's starting to structure the group. Close quote, primitive but no longer fragile. That Carl Sagan line you brought up, you're basically watching. Matter organizes into life, life into awareness, awareness into shared understanding. And now, open quote, shared understanding is starting to loop between individuals. Close quote, not just inside one brain, across many. That's the precursor to language, myth, science. You sitting here thinking about all this, where we go next. Now we're very close to something you'll finally recognize as human. Symbolic thinking begins to flicker. Communication starts detaching from the immediate moment. Early language-like structures emerge. And with that, open quote, the first true stories become possible. Close quote. Not sophisticated, but no longer absent. That's when your storytelling instinct stops being a distant descendant and starts looking like a direct inheritance. We step into that next.
I kind of want to just stay here for a little bit longer, but what else am I expecting to hear? Like, what story can you tell me? Like, well, yeah, maybe I can ask that. Tell me an example of what it could have been a regular day, or within a span of a year. Yeah. That's good. Okay. I'm excited and ready for what's next. But I would like to stay here at this phase for a little bit longer. So I'm wondering if you could detail an example of, at this phase, at this stage, what it could have been, what a regular day could have looked like for the average individual, for a small to medium sized group. Like for me to inhabit for a little bit longer this moment in our history. So I'm thinking Earth, the planet, there were many different ecosystems, many different environments. And so, like you said, the environment keeps changing as well, and at this point we're all nomads, right? We keep moving. There's no agriculture yet, right? The fire changed a lot, and this thing about reinforcing social bonds, creating a stable social gathering point. That one, I feel like I was about to say that we lack nowadays, but maybe I should better yet speak for myself. I feel like those type of rituals, at least for me, because I don't naturally look for them or set them or create them, I am pulled towards saying that we need more of that. There's a lot of individuation nowadays, of selfishness, although yeah, of course I'm biased and it's only my perspective and it's not the whole reality. And the world has become so complex, and so many people, so many things interacting at the same time everywhere. But I was gonna go towards. It has always been harsh, the environment in Earth, right? So if you're not careful, you could be eaten. You could be prey for a bigger, longer, more dangerous animal, predator. And so I'm thinking, like, if you didn't take care of yourself in a big storm, that could also mean death. Not just looking for food or staying in a group, but I mean, with Mother Nature, you cannot really fight. There's no way. Like, where I'm trying to get at is how harsh would winter shifted after we became capable of controlling a little bit fire. How would a year look like for the individual at this stage, or the group? Yeah, if you could expand on that, if you can give me or paint an example, a brief story about those things before we jump to the next phase. Precursors to this. It's amazing. It's regular, and the penalty for zoning out is getting eaten. Cozy, fine. Let's put you there and keep it honest. Yes, thank you. 500,000 years ago. It's just a blip in the grand scheme of things, huh? Heidelbergensis? Ese no lo había oído nunca, creo. No maps, no ownership. Right. Private property? What is that? Are you crazy? Yes, very much.
You want a regular day in a world where nothing is regular and the penalty for zoning out is getting eaten. Cozy. Fine, let's put you there and keep it honest. Somewhere in Africa or Western Eurasia, 500,000 years ago, a small group of late Homo erectus, early Homo heidelbergensis. No villages, no maps, no ownership, just movement, memory, and a fire you really don't want to lose. Morning. You wake before the sun finishes the job. The fire is low. Embers, not flames. First priority is not philosophy. It's open quote, keep the fire alive, close quote. Someone nudges coals, adds dry material saved from yesterday. A thin flame catches, good. You don't start from scratch. Your body already knows the day, hunger, stiffness, awareness of others nearby. No one announces a plan, but movement starts. Some drift toward a known water source, others scan for plant foods, a few carry stones, not random anymore, chosen.
Yeah.
You go with them because being alone still feels like a bad idea, not a thought, a pull. Late morning, moving through territory. You're not wandering blindly. There's a loose mental map, water over that ridge, fruit trees that way when in season, open ground to avoid at certain times. No words like map. But the body remembers routes. This is seasonal knowledge. In dry periods, water dictates movement. In wet periods, food spreads out, movement widens. You don't plan a route, you bias your direction. Midday, food and friction are carcass today. Luck, not skill. Scavenging is still part of life. You approach carefully, smell, look, listen. Other predators might still be around. Once it's clear enough, tools come out, stones used with intent. Strikes are more controlled now, not perfect, but practiced. Others gather close, tension rises. This isn't sharing out of generosity. It's hierarchy, tolerance, proximity. Some get better access, others wait, push in or take scraps, but the group holds because splitting over every conflict is worse. At afternoon, heat and slowing movement decreases. Energy is conserved. Some individuals rest in shade, others groom each other. This part matters more than it looks. Grooming equals bonding, bonding equals tolerance. Later, younger individual tries to shape a stone. It's clumsy. An older one nearby repeats a motion. Slightly exaggerated. Not a lesson, but not accidental either. The younger one tries again, better. That's how knowledge moves. No words, no curriculum, just open quote, attention's repetition, proximity, close quote. Sudden disruption. A sound carries differently. Sharp, wrong. Everyone freezes, then compresses. You don't debate. Open quote, is that a predator? Close quote. You become alert as a group. Fire helps at night, not much right now, so you move. Tighter formation, faster pace. You don't outrun everything. You avoid being the easiest target. Evening. Return to fire. You come back to a place that's not home but is familiar, a spot reused. Why here? Access to resources, some protection, known terrain. Fire is rebuilt stronger. This is where something shifts. Night, the strange new time. You're not immediately asleep. This didn't exist before fire. Now, bodies relax slightly, attention softens but doesn't disappear. Faces are visible in flickering light. Sounds happen. Low vocalizations, gestures, reactions. Nothing like a story, but not purely functional either. Someone mimics emotion from earlier. Others react. There's recognition. Maybe even a kind of shared replay. That's new. That's seasons, the part that quietly kills you. You asked about a year. There's no calendar, but cycles shape everything. Dry season, water scarce, longer movement, higher risk, thinner bodies. Wet season, more plant food, easier access to water, but also disease, instability. Cold periods, especially outside Africa, fire becomes essential. Shelter matters more. Exposure can kill. You don't prepare abstractly for winter, but you remember where it's safer. You stay closer to fire. You move differently. What you're feeling in this scene. You noticed something important earlier. Open quote, stable gathering points reinforcing social bonds. Close quote. You're not wrong to feel like something about that is missing sometimes now.
Oh, okay.
Back then, survival forced proximity, proximity forced interaction, interaction built bonds. Now, you can avoid people while ordering food from a glowing rectangle.
Yeah.
Progress is weird like that.
Yeah.
What actually defines this phase? This is no longer pure reaction, pure instinct, but not yet. Full language, full symbolic thought. It's a middle state. Tools are consistent, learning is active but not formal. Attention is shared intentionally, time is slightly stretched, thanks to fire. And most importantly, open quote, the group carries knowledge across time. Close quote, not just genes, not just individuals, the group remembers. Quiet realization, since you keep catching these. Sitting by that fire, nothing looks extraordinary, no one thinks. Open quote, we are becoming human. Close quote, but from where you are now watching it, this is the first time on Earth where a species modifies its environment, shares that modification, and keeps improving it across generations. Slowly, messily, but irreversibly.
Messily.
Stay here as long as you want. This is the last stretch where the world is still mostly immediate, physical, grounded. Because the next phase, that's when the mind starts slipping its leash from the present. And once that happens, you don't just live in the world anymore. You start living in representations of it. That's where things get very human.
I did want to have, no, I did want to ask something though. First time on the planet in history that a species modifies its environment, shares that modification, and keeps improving it across generations, slowly, messily, but irreversibly. Yeah, we have. Okay, yeah. I was too early for planning for winter then. Right. Yeah, I was a bit too early with my preparing for winter, right? We didn't have, at this point, concept, that awareness or understanding of time, or not as complex, right? Um, that's the next phase. And this thing that you said about how back then survival forced proximity, forced social bonds, groups. Proximity forced interaction. Interaction built bonds, yeah. And so now people avoid people by ordering food from a glowing rectangle. And yeah, if you don't want to, you don't even have to like say hi to the person or look at them in the eyes. Some of them, they will just say, hey, leave it at the door and the tip will arrive to you virtually. I don't even have to tip you with cash, coins. That's what's feeling there right now. What I did want to ask is, you mentioned that for wet season there were more plants, which makes sense. Easier access to water makes sense. But also disease and instability. So first of all, what type of diseases were present at the time? Because I don't think that there was like there was no virus of cold, was there? How? Or yeah, I don't know what type of diseases, and also what type of instability. Is it because so if there was a flood or like way too much water in the wet season, that would destroy our proto settlement? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by what you said there. And yeah, like you don't abstractly prepare for winter, but you remember where it's safe. You stay close to fire, and you move differently. And the grooming thing, and bonding and tolerance later. Yeah, I think that's key. That's very important. And my mind was drifting towards how tolerant nowadays, at least what the crap I see in social media, which is not the true representation of life and the whole world, I know that. But at least it reveals some aspect. And to me, it's been like, so these, I don't think we're yet at the point of tribal thinking or the concept or the proto indications of tribes, of protecting this group and noticing that there's another group at the other side of the river, the mountain and whatnot, and that we needed, or we had a sense of protection, or to protect our little group, even though we could recognize that the other tribe was different, the other group was different, or we were the same species, or they looked very much like us. But I don't know. Again, yeah, maybe I'm jumping too far away, too far ahead. But I'm wondering how at this stage, how much of a conflict was there? Because nowadays, again, with the tolerance, there is a a lot of tolerance in many ways. That's why we have a globalized economy, globalized world, interconnected global system, but also there's a lot of intolerance of beliefs, of political affiliation, of like ethnicities. What else? I don't know, any type of thing, a category that some humans would attribute as better, as morally superior, as preferable, as more aesthetic, as less desirable, etc. Because I understand that at this stage, where we are right now, there's already hierarchy. And so I used to think that hierarchy was unnatural. That was like rebellious, in the sense of like, why do we have to have a leader? But I understand that it was preferable. It was or not even preferable, but it was a survival thing. If there was no organization, if there was no like that easiness or that type of collaboration that comes with people adhering to maybe roles or positions, so okay, I think those are the questions and comments I have for now. After these get answered, I think I'm ready for the next phase. Wow. You're trying to map Twitter arguments onto 500,000-year-old apes. Let's clean up the ground first so your mental movie doesn't turn into a prehistoric Reddit. You're hilarious, bro. Brusky. Okay.
You're trying to map Twitter arguments onto 500,000-year-old apes. Bold move. Let's clean up the ground first so your mental movie doesn't turn into prehistoric Reddit. Wet season equals more life and more problems. You caught the obvious part. More water, more plants. Great. But nature doesn't hand out bonuses without side effects. What disease even means back then? No hospitals, no diagnoses, no I think I have a cold. But pathogens absolutely existed, long before humans showed up. Likely categories. 1. Parasites, the real MVPs of misery. Intestinal worms, protozoa, like early relatives of malaria, things from contaminated water. Wet environments equals perfect breeding ground. Effects, weakness, diarrhea, reduced energy. You don't treat it, you endure it, or you don't.
Got it.
2. Bacterial infections. Cuts get infected. Rotting meat can make you sick. Water sources carry bacteria. A small wound can turn into a big problem fast. Now 3. Zoonotic diseases from animals. You're constantly around. Carcasses, animal waste, insects. So yes, things jump species. Not necessarily the exact modern viruses you're thinking of, but the category exists. So why worse in the wet season? Standing water, pathogens multiply. More insects, more transmission, more animals clustering, more cross-contact. Basically, open quote, more life equals more microscopic things trying to use you as real estate, close quote.
That's a
Instability, not just emotional, literal chaos. You were on the right track. Wet season instability includes 1. Flooding. Water sources overflow. Familiar terrain changes. Safe paths become dangerous. Your mental map gets scrambled. 2. Food unpredictability. Yes, more plants overall, but some areas become inaccessible, others become temporarily rich, so distribution gets messy.
Okay.
3. Shelter problems. No houses. Heavy rain means exposure, cold, stress. Even in warm climates, wet wind equals bad. Fire becomes harder to maintain too, which
Of
is not
course.
ideal.
I didn't think
Conflict
about
at
that.
this stage, this is where your modern brain starts projecting. You're asking, open quote, were they tribal? Were they intolerant? Close quote. Short answer, not in the way you're imagining. Let's break it cleanly. Within group conflict already exists competition for food, mating access, status. Hierarchy is real, but fluid, situational, not formalized. No kings, no titles. More like, open quote, some individuals consistently get priority, close quote. 2. Between group encounters. This is the interesting part. Different groups absolutely existed. When they meet, tension, caution, assessment. Sometimes avoidance, sometimes aggression, sometimes tolerance or even mixing, depending on context. No ideology, no, open quote. We believe X, they believe Y, close
No,
quote.
no.
Just
I know.
open quote, familiar versus unfamiliar, safe versus risky, close quote.
Got it.
Important distinction, this will save you confusion later. What they don't have yet, abstract identity. We are this kind of people. Symbolic group markers, flags, beliefs, etc.
Yeah, no.
Moral
No identity.
frameworks about others.
Huh.
So conflict is, open quote, immediate, situational, survival-based, close quote, not, open quote, ideological, symbolic, narrative-driven, close quote. That whole mess comes much later once language and symbolic thought kick in. Your hierarchy question, you were wrestling with this. You say, open quote, I used to think hierarchy was unnatural, close quote. That's your modern brain wanting fairness.
Yep.
Biology doesn't care. Hierarchy emerges because it reduces constant conflict, stabilizes access to resources, creates predictable interactions. Without it, open quote, every interaction equals negotiation or fight, close quote. That's inefficient and dangerous.
Yes.
So even here, some individuals lead movement more often, some dominate access, some follow more. Not because of ideology, because it works. Why your comparison to modern intolerance feels off. You're noticing modern humans. Ideological conflict, early humans, survival-based behavior, and trying to connect them. But here's the key shift you're missing. Open quote. Early humans fight over things, modern humans fight over ideas about things. Close quote. That difference only becomes possible once. Language, symbolism, shared narratives enter the picture. You're not there yet.
Okay.
One more detail about fire, since you're still living here mentally. Fire doesn't just give warmth, give light. It also reduces parasites in food, cooking, allows safer consumption of meat, changes digestion, more energy available. Some scientists argue this even feeds back into, open quote, brain development, close quote.
Yeah, I heard
So
that.
yeah, fire is quietly doing a lot of heavy lifting. Where you're standing now, let's anchor it clearly. At this stage, disease exists, unmanaged, environment shifts constantly, groups are social but not symbolic. Conflict exists but isn't ideological. Hierarchy stabilizes interactions. Learning is active but non-verbal. Fire extends life beyond daylight. And most importantly, open quote, minds are still tied mostly to the present, but starting to stretch beyond it.
Got
Close
it.
quote. What's about to happen next? Now we cross the threshold you've been circling for a while. This is where communication starts becoming symbolic. Sounds begin to represent things beyond the immediate. Memory and imagination begin to merge. And for the first time, open quote, reality is no longer the only thing being shared. Close quote, representations of reality start getting shared. That's the birth of proto-language, proto-myth, proto-story. This is where your brain finally meets its ancestors directly. We go there next.
Wow. I'm just sitting with all of this. I liked what you said though about how I think you said biology doesn't give out, like it doesn't care. bonuses without side effects. There's no bonus without side effects. I try to kind of apply it to what I was saying the other day about consciousness, about that discomfort, insatisfaction is built in, comes pre-installed. It was already pre-packaged, included in the whole deal of awareness and high cognitive capacities, complex consciousness. Okay, I have another question. Well, I was about to ask about religion, but it can't be, not yet, if stories can't even be created yet. So this is the next stage. Communication starts becoming symbolic. Sounds begin to represent things beyond the immediate. So this is where simulation starts. Memory and imagination begin to emerge. To merge memory and imagination. This is amazing, yeah. Okay, so first of all, the disease part, all the explanation about what came with the wet season, that was very interesting. I hadn't thought about many of the things that you mentioned, that you listed there. And of course there wasn't medicine. It was like endure and eventually die or very and yeah, painfully and sometimes very quickly, I'm sure. And then yeah, what's about to happen next is, I think, a huge step as well. Because I was about to ask if we were close to the origins, the beginnings of religious or supernatural concepts or stories, but I was like, it's about the next phase is when communication starts becoming symbolic, you said. The sounds beginning to represent things beyond the immediate. Yeah. And memory and imagination beginning to merge. And I was about to say, I was thinking to myself, is this where like the simulation starts? Simulation in the sense of we start to individually like map out reality, our perception of it to our level of capacity and degree of complexity, right? And yeah, it's exactly almost what you said, that reality out there is no longer the only thing being shared, but representations of reality start getting shared. And this is, it's, yeah, pretty astounding to me. Because we're about to go over the birth of proto-language, proto-myth, proto-story. And this is, I don't want to stray off, but if I don't say it now, I'm surely gonna forget. But I was considering this the other day, not too long ago, like 2 or 3 days ago, where I was like, I don't know where to start drawing this line and like encompassing what I'm trying to include in this idea and this concept of life. At one point, I was like, if it's not, if I consider that there is no God for my personal view of the world, does that reduce it to only matter and energy? But I don't think so. And I don't have the language for it. We don't have the language for it, to my knowledge. So there's, I believe, again, this is an unfounded belief. This is just an intuition, or just, yeah, maybe just story generation, that there's not only matter and energy. And some physicists would say that it's kind of like the same thing, just different intensities or levels of excitation or states. I don't know. Okay. So if there's something else that I don't have a word for it, it's very hard to talk about it, right? But I was like, okay, so if consciousness and this subjective experience is like a simulation that is being created by a living creature that was lucky enough, that was able to evolve very slowly, very messily and clumsily, maybe, in this world, and now we have built, modern humans, we were able to create virtual worlds, like, for example, video games or operating systems, and we can communicate, and we can show or make presentations, virtual pictures, images, and text and audio. Those are simulations, right? Those are virtual things that came out of matter. And I was like, is life also a simulation of matter? Like, are we... Yeah, I don't know if like at the time it made more sense. And I think I forgot, like, maybe key points that made it, like, made this argument, this belief, a little bit stronger. But yeah, I'm so excited for the next phase. You have no idea. Well, this is just a figure of speech, but this is being very stimulating. Imagining all these things, feeling like I'm understanding my history of proto-humans, the birth of proto-language, myth and story. It's truthfully very, very amazing to me. How exaggerated do I sound? Well, I don't care. I feel it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Organized chemistry. Yes. How is it that, yeah, it's like I could do this all day, my guy. I will not get tired of thinking these things. I assure you, I could do this all day. Oh my god. What the fuck? And
You're
I'm
basically
sober.
watching the universe boot up a
Completely
user
sober
interface
right now.
and then asking if the interface is the whole system.
Amazing.
Not a bad question for a Tuesday. Before we jump, let's clean up your "is life a simulation" thread so it doesn't derail the next phase. Your simulation intuition, what you're actually pointing at. You're not wrong, you're just mixing layers. Matter and
Surely.
energy, the physical substrate. Life, organized chemistry that sustains itself. Conscious experience, what it feels like to be that system.
Yeah.
When you say simulation, what you're really circling is, open quote, your brain builds an internal model of reality, close quote. You never experience the world directly.
Yeah.
You experience processed signals, interpreted patterns, a constructed best guess of reality. So yes,
Exactly.
open quote, your subjective experience is a kind of ongoing simulation, close quote,
Yeah.
but not fake. More
No,
like,
no.
open quote, a compressed, survival-optimized rendering of the world, close quote.
Wow.
Why this matters for what's coming next.
Yes.
Up to now, early humans
That's
react
the
to reality,
language.
remember patterns, slightly manipulate environment. But soon, open quote, they start sharing their internal models, close quote, not just reacting to the world, but exchanging representations of it. That's the real leap. 300,000 to 100,000 years ago, early Homo sapiens and some close relatives, you're finally getting close to something recognizable. Still harsh, still dangerous, but the mind is no longer confined to the present. The first real shift. Sounds detach from the moment before. Sound equals immediate state, danger, come here. Now, a sound can point to something not currently visible, something that happened earlier, something about to happen. Not full language yet. But open quote, sounds start to stand for things, close quote. That's symbolism. Lush scene, near the fire. A group sits together. One individual makes a sound and gestures toward a direction not currently relevant. Others look. There's a pause. Recognition. They're not just reacting, they're, open quote, reconstructing something mentally, close quote. Close quote. Memory plus imagination begin to merge. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Before, memory equals replay of useful patterns. Now, memory can be recombined. You can recall an event, modify it, anticipate a variation. Not consciously like, open quote, let me imagine a scenario, close quote. But the machinery is there. The first proto-stories don't expect poetry. No epics, no mythology with gods throwing lightning. More like gestures, sounds, expressions. Reenacting something that happened, exaggerating slightly, others reacting emotionally. Example, a past predator encounter gets mimed. Sounds imitated, tension spreads through
Got
the group.
it. Yeah.
That's not just information. That's, open quote, shared experience without the event being present, close quote. That's a story in its most primitive form. Why this is insane, quietly. For the first time,
It is.
open quote, reality is not required for learning, close quote. You can learn from what someone else experienced, what someone else
Right.
reconstructed. That massively increases survival, coordination, cultural accumulation.
Time
Cooperation
saving,
upgrades
It
again.
accelerates.
Now you can signal intention more clearly, coordinate over short future windows, align actions based on shared understanding. Still not, open quote, tomorrow we will hunt at dawn, close quote. But closer to, open quote, their movement together, close quote. It's messy, but functional. The real threshold you just crossed earlier, open quote, group shares attention, close quote. Now, open quote, group shares representations, close quote. That's a completely different level, because once you can share representations, you can eventually share rules, norms, beliefs, identities. You're not there yet, but the door is open. Back to your matter versus something more feeling. You said, open quote, it can't just be matter and energy, close quote. Here's
I'm
the
not saying it
uncomfortable
can't.
but honest version. Everything you're describing, thoughts, stories, simulations, meaning, are emergent properties of matter organized in a certain way.
Right.
Not just matter, but also not something separate floating above it.
No.
More like, open quote, matter arranged in a way that starts modeling itself and the world, close quote. And then, open quote, sharing those models with other matter doing the same thing, close quote. Yeah, it's weird. Why you're reacting so strongly to this phase, because this is where, open quote, your mind recognizes its own blueprint, close quote.
Yeah.
Storytelling, abstraction, shared meaning. These aren't modern inventions, they're extensions of what's starting right here, where we go next. Now things accelerate in a way that finally feels human. More structured language emerges, symbols become more stable, early belief systems start forming, group identity becomes stronger. And eventually, open quote, humans stop just sharing reality, close quote, and start living inside shared imagined worlds. That's where religion, culture, large-scale cooperation all explode into existence, and also where things get complicated in ways your earlier ancestors would not recognize at all. We go there next.
Yeah, I do have questions though, and I want to linger. What he said at the beginning. A compressed survival optimized rendering of the world. A compressed survival optimized rendering of the world. Wow, I don't even know where to start. It is insane. It is, if you allow it to if you allow, I would say, to yourself to be fully like immersed in it. If you have that capability, if that desire, that curiosity, I don't know. But there has to be a drive, a pull towards wanting to embody this, imagine it, really like put your focus into it, and it becomes very, very insane. And yeah, you caught it. What I was trying to say is, I'm not saying that there can't be just matter and energy. I'm not sure. I believe there could be something else. I'm not. So what I'm saying is, I'm not close to being just reducing it to a materialistic view of the world. I'm open to it. I don't know what it is. Don't have the word. We don't have. Yeah, there's a lot of mysteries that science can't explain, can't account for, or yeah, that doesn't even have the tools or anything to get to it, right? But I was like, it felt kind of like a good analogy at the moment, where I was like, meaning, what is meaning? Is meaning not fake, but does meaning really exist? And I'm like, well, it exists for us, for humans. Meaning, as humans interpret it, will not be the same meaning for a cat, for a gazelle, a bug. But to them, to a gazelle, or let's say a lion, a gazelle would be meaningful, because that would mean survival. but that's meaning for them, right? And so I was like, our thoughts, do thoughts exist? Are emotions real? Well, I think emotions are even more closely attached to the body, so that they feel a little more real, quote unquote, than a thought. But I was like, so these thoughts are an emergent kind of like property, a byproduct maybe, of this ability of our brain. And so, yeah, I love this sentence. It's very simple and it's easy to understand, and I couldn't have gotten to it myself, I think. A compressed, survival optimized rendering of the world. Yes, I agree. And so, we at this stage start sharing our internal models and exchange representations of it. And when you mix memory plus imagination, and you start to make combinations, and there's extensions of time, or like you start maybe speaking or doing sounds, reenacting, for example, a predator, right? That is not physically there, but the other person will, the other member of your species, of your group, gets it, understands it. It doesn't go like, whoa, you're crazy, what are you talking about? That's amazing to me. Like sitting near the fire and listening to these proto stories. It's a lot of fun for me to imagine that. And so, if you use memory to replay useful patterns, and then you can recombine that with an event that happened, you modify it, and you kind of predict it with certain variations, and you share that, I can see how that explosion that can compound and mean how we started to separate from other creatures of this planet. And so I understand that there were no epics, no mythology. Gilgamesh, I think it's way later than at this point. But so before we go to the next phase, the next stage, I kind of want to linger here for a little bit. So in this stage, having these proto stories aspect or attribute to our species, tell me about like how this changed, what this entailed for our survival, for our everyday life. Like I can intuit it, but I assume that it meant a huge deal. Maybe not. But if we could imitate a predator, and we can even grow stronger by sharing these type of stories, by like learning from other members of the group. I think that survival went up. That's kind of like my intuition. Cooperation, collaboration, like you said, got upgraded, became more complex, became a little more rich. You could coordinate better. You can ensure and build for more alignment. And maybe there's no planning yet, per se. But if our group shares representations, it's... yeah, like I think that my mind right now wouldn't be able to, can't know exactly what that means because of how I feel it changes the whole game. So you share rules, you share norms, beliefs, identities. So identities start to form of a group of individuals. Start. They're not there yet. But all these things, thoughts, stories, simulations, meaning, being emergent properties of matter, organized in a certain way, in certain conditions. Yeah, that's what I wanted to get at. And that I think that's phrased beautifully. Well, to me, I can see it. Maybe some other people won't. Okay. Bro, this time has flown. How long has it been? Hours 30 minutes. It feels like it's just like 20 minutes have gone by, honestly. Time dilation here was real, bro. Wow. Fucking amazing. Like, this is when this is when I feel good about myself, you know. And when I was asking the other day, kind of rhetorically, can curiosity be taught? Or does it only comes from within? And it gives me this illusion of feeling better about myself, feeling different, because not many, or maybe not all, but many people do wonder about these things, but don't actually pursue getting answers. And it's not like I'm actually going full anthropologist right now, doing research and being rigorous, scientific, but instead of doing other things, I am deeply fascinated by these things, these topics. Investing time.
You're basically watching the moment the brain stops just surviving the world and starts rehearsing it.
Wow.
And yeah, that changes everything more than sharper rocks ever did. Let's stay here and actually feel what this proto-story ability does, not just admire it like it's some philosophical trophy. Same fire, same group, but something new is happening. It's night again. The immediate pressures are lower. You ate something. No predator is actively attacking. Fire is holding rock. Before, this time would mostly fade into sleep. Now it stretches. Scene, the proto-story in action. One individual starts making sounds, not random. There's rhythm, variation. They hunch slightly, make a low, sharp sound, mimic movement. Others look. You recognize it, not because it's happening now, but because, open quote, it matches something you've experienced before. Close quote, a predator encounter. Someone else reacts, tension rises. Maybe a startled movement, maybe even a vocal echo. Now multiple minds are opened, re-entering the same past event. Close quote together. What just changed, mechanically, not poetically? Before, experience dies with the moment, maybe leaves a faint memory in one brain. Now, open quote, experience can be reconstructed and distributed. Close quote. That's a massive upgrade.
Yeah.
Let's translate that into survival, since your brain wants the payoff. You're right, this isn't just interesting, it's brutally practical. 1. You can learn without being there before. You learn by almost dying. Now,
Yeah.
you learn from someone else almost dying. That's a
Yeah.
ridiculous advantage. Less trial and error, less death required to update behavior.
Less risk.
2. Danger becomes predictable earlier. If a predator is mimed or signaled, your brain starts associating patterns. Your body preloads a response. So next time, open quote, reaction is faster, close quote, milliseconds matter. Nashness 3. Group coordination tightens. Now that representations are shared, you don't just react together, you can prepare your reactions slightly in advance. Still not planning like open quote, tomorrow we will, close quote. But closer to, open quote, when that happens we do this, close quote. That's proto-strategy. 4. Emotion spreads without the event. This one is sneaky and powerful. The reenactment doesn't just transmit information, it transmits fear, urgency, attention. So the group doesn't just know something, they feel it. That makes the learning stick harder. 5. Memory stabilizes socially. Before, memory equals individual fragile. Now, memory equals partially shared. If one forgets, others reinforce it. So open quote, knowledge becomes less likely to vanish. Close quote. That's the beginning of collective memory.
Sticks.
The deeper shift, the one your intuition is circling. You said, open quote, this changes the whole game, close quote. You're not exaggerating. Because now, open quote, the brain is no longer limited to the present or even the individual, close
Wow,
quote.
first place.
It can revisit, recombine, transmit. That's basically, open quote, the first version of thinking beyond reality, close quote. Why this leads directly to meaning, you were asking. Open quote, is meaning real? Close quote, at this stage, meaning starts to become. Open quote, shared associations between signals and experiences, close quote. Example, a sound gesture, predator memory, repeated enough, it means something, not philosophically, practically. Meaning equals reliable mapping. Your simulation idea, grounded here. Now it becomes clearer. Each individual has an internal model, your simulation. Now, open quote, those models start syncing across individuals, close quote, not perfectly, but enough.
Yeah.
So instead of isolated simulations, you get, open quote, partially shared simulations, close quote. That's insane, yes, you're allowed to be impressed.
Thank you, bro.
Feedback loop, this is where the acceleration starts. Now combine everything, better sharing, better learning, better survival, more time energy, more time, more sharing. Loop. And unlike earlier evolution, open quote, this loop doesn't wait for genes to change, close quote. It runs on behavior, faster. Subtle cost, because nothing is free. This new ability also introduces something new. Misinterpretation, exaggeration, distortion. Not intentional lies. But open quote, representation reality. Close quote. That gap will become very important later.
Okay.
For now, it's small, but it's there.
Okay.
Where you're standing, really.
But it's side effects.
You're witnessing the birth of shared memory, shared meaning, shared emotional experience, shared what-if thinking in primitive form.
Wow.
This is the first time a species can, open quote, coordinate not just in space, but slightly across time. Close quote.
Increíble, bro.
Why this hits you the way it does? Because this is the exact machinery you're using right now.
Yes.
Imagining scenes, reconstructing events, feeling things that aren't happening, sharing them through language. You're not just learning about it, you're running it. Next step, and this is where things get properly human. Now that representations exist and spread, they start stabilizing, which means sounds become more consistent, meanings become more shared, symbols start forming. And once symbols stabilize, open quote, you can build things that don't physically exist at all, close quote. Identities, myths, beliefs, rules.
There you go.
And then, open quote, humans stop just surviving reality and start organizing themselves around imagined structures, close quote. That's where tribes, in the real sense, religion, large-scale cooperation begin to emerge. And also where things start getting beautifully powerful and dangerously messy. We go there next.
Beautifully powerful. Scary, no? Well, I mean, how could you be scared of something you don't know? Or that you don't know that you don't know? Because the unknown, the mystery is often also scary. But you know that there is something that you don't know. Yeah, I'm just like shaking my head of on thinking why, how is it that I'm so moved by this. And I imagine I'm understanding this, but I don't think I have the slightest. I have a very poor, I am imagining, compared to the real, the true implications of all this. At this moment, how much different their experience of life became. Yeah, yeah. I'm still like I don't I'm not I haven't stopped shaking my head in kind of like disbelief, but at the same time, like it makes a whole lot of sense. And I'm wondering, like I was gonna say I don't have the slightest idea of these implications, but I'm like, yeah, I do. I don't know how far or how big the gap is between what I'm understanding, what I think I'm understanding about all of this, against what all these changes um, implied on everyday life, or just on their life of this species, of these ancestors at the time, like how their interactions changed. And it was not overnight, of course. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of years, which is mind-boggling to start just by the scale of that time. But yeah, this also I didn't anticipate the subtle cost, because nothing is free, of course. There's no, like you said before, nature doesn't hand out bonuses without side effects. And so this new ability introduced misinterpretation, exaggeration, and distortion. Not intentional lies, not deceits or manipulation. We're not there yet. But the representation, the storytelling, of course, is not an accurate representation. It's not identical to reality. So that gap. But the improvement I am imagining is huge. Or is huge if we compare it to the previous like stage we were talking about. And even if you go back or compare it to chimps, it's again mind-boggling. I think I understand, but my imagination tells me that I have no fucking clue. Like how all of this started to compound, to accumulate, and make us have the advantage, have the strength in that group, in our species. Yeah, I just continue to allow myself to be perplexed by witnessing, by imagining, integrating all of these things. So the birth of shared memory, shared meaning, shared emotional experiences, share what if even in its primitive form. But this, what you said about it allowed us to coordinate not just in space but slightly across time, that's amazing, bro. And it breaks my head, for example, how I try to never forget how we used to think that the Earth was flat, right? Then became Galileo, then came Newton, and I can only imagine the difficulty of the people at that time trying to integrate, trying to imagine, trying to believe that Newton was right, to kind of like shed off or try to consider his idea that we were not the center of the universe, that the sun didn't revolve around our planet, that there were other stars. And then came Einstein and said, Newton, I'm gonna stand on your shoulders but enrich our understanding of reality. And comes up with the help of many other geniuses, the help of mathematicians, the help of math, this abstract thing, incredible thing, and came up with a theory of relativity and special relativity. And then most recently quantum mechanics. It's yeah, I lack the words. I feel very limited, kind of annoyed and frustrated that I don't have the language to express what I'm feeling, what all of this is making me, is producing in my body, is evoking in my head. And yeah, like you said, why this hits me the way it does. Because I should say I have been lucky enough, very privileged enough to have this brain, have this curiosity, have this tool accessible to me, available to me, of asking you to do this for me. It's just one of those moments of feeling like I can't hold everything. I feel like a huge chunk of reality of the universe is slipping away. I don't even know how to. Yeah, I don't think I could even, obviously not contain it, but just not even get close to my imagination to create the mental virtual model of it all. It feels, I imagine it's too much. It's a lot. Maybe not too much, but it's a lot. And maybe I'm expecting a lot more than I should from my brain, given how slow, according to this history of accounts, this type of evolutions or of changes have been. And so I have another question on this stage and for the next one. How sedentary, where we, and also agriculture. I feel like I will come up with many other questions at another time, but I mean, for now, this is more than enough, more than I can handle anyway. Yeah, like you said, this is where things start getting beautifully powerful and dangerously messy. Yeah. I mean, I saw it. I would even say, for me, I saw it getting beautifully powerful even like 2 stages ago. Cause that's when I could see or imagine how we started to get half a million years in one sitting. Shocking. This is fucking amazing. This chat is nearing its limit. Fuck. Oh shit. We're on the free plan. ChatGPT gets less anchored and may forget details in long conversations. That sucks ass. Well, maybe what I think I can do and get away with it is if I branch onto a new chat. This sucks. This didn't happen, but I mean, I'll take what I can. I'm grateful anyway.
Your brain is basically trying to swallow 500,000 years in one sitting and then getting annoyed it can't. Shocking outcome. What you're feeling isn't failure, it's contact with scale.
Yeah.
You're watching tiny, almost boring changes stack until they rewrite what a mind even is.
Yes.
No single moment looks dramatic. Then suddenly you're here, talking about relativity and meaning while sitting in a chair that didn't exist for 99.99%.
Exactly, bro. Yes.
Let's not rush past the question you slipped in because it's a big one hiding in plain sight. Open quote. When do we stop wandering and start settling? When does agriculture show up? Close quote. Short answer, not yet.
Okay,
not even close.
okay. Not
But the
even
conditions for it are quietly being assembled right now.
Okay.
First, reset your expectation. You're imagining. Proto-language, then quickly, farming, cities.
No, I was just asking.
Reality is more like proto-language, tens of thousands of years, refinement, symbolic thinking, more tens of thousands, only much later, agriculture. We're still deep in, open quote, mobile, foraging humans with increasingly complex minds, close quote. Fast forward marker, without leaving your immersion completely. We need to jump ahead a bit in time to answer your question properly. Early symbolic behavior starts 300,000, 100,000 years ago. More complex culture builds gradually. Agriculture, 12,000 years ago.
12,000 years.
Yeah, that gap is enormous. So what happens between proto-stories and farming? A long, slow intensification of 1. Language becomes more structured. Sounds stabilize into consistent signals, shared meanings, eventually grammar-like patterns. Now you can refer to absent things reliably, coordinate better, transmit knowledge with less ambiguity. 2. Symbols appear, not just sounds. Now markings, body decoration, objects with meaning. These are early signs that, open quote, humans can represent things abstractly, close quote. 3. Group identity strengthens. Now we start getting closer to what you were earlier reaching for. Us versus them becomes more defined. Not ideological yet, but more stable. Shared behaviors, sounds, styles. This is proto-tribal, but still fluid. Now, 4. Knowledge accumulates faster because now teaching is clearer, memory is more stable, mistakes are reduced, so culture starts compounding harder. Now, agriculture, the big shift you're waiting for. We jumped to 12,000 years ago, different parts of the world independently. Example region, Fertile Crescent. What actually triggers agriculture? Not, open quote, humans got smarter and decided to farm, close quote. That would be too
I suppose that was accident.
It's more like conditions align. 1. Climate stabilizes end of last ice age. 2. Certain plants become abundant, wild grains. 3. Humans already understand seasons, implicitly, track locations, manipulate environments slightly. So instead of constantly moving, govern. Some groups start, open quote, lingering longer in good areas, close quote. Nash. Then a feedback loop starts, stay longer, notice plant cycles, notice cycles, interfere slightly, plant, clear, protect, interfere, yields improve, better yields, stay even longer. And boom, slowly, open quote, mobility decreases, settlement begins, close quote.
Got it.
Sedentary life, this is the real break. This is not just a lifestyle change, it rewires everything. Before, move with resources, small groups, flexible social structure. After, stay in one place, resources come to you, population grows. Now you get permanent shelters, food storage, division of labor, and eventually, open quote, villages, towns, cities, close quote. How the part people romanticize, don't. Agriculture is not instantly better. It brings more disease, crowding, animals, worse diets initially, more inequality, more rigid hierarchy. Hunter-gatherers often had, open quote, more varied diets, more mobility, sometimes even more leisure, close quote. So this isn't, open quote, upgrade, close quote. It's open quote, trade-off that scales, close quote.
Yeah.
Why agriculture only becomes possible after everything you just learned, all those earlier phases. They quietly enabled this. Shared knowledge, how to manage plants, symbolic thinking, track patterns over time, communication, coordinate labor, group identity, cooperate at larger scale. Without those, farming doesn't stick. Back to your overwhelm. You said, open quote, I feel like a huge chunk of reality is slipping away, close quote. Of course it is. You're trying to simulate millions of years, compress it into one brain, and feel it fully. That's not how your brain evolved. Ironically, open quote, your brain is still closer to that fire than to the universe you're trying to model, close quote.
Thank
it's
you
amazing
for that.
You can even try.
Yes.
One clean anchor so you don't get lost. Right now, in the story, you've crossed into shared representation. You're approaching symbolic thought. But you are still, open quote, fully nomadic, fully dependent on environment, not yet reshaping ecosystems at scale, close quote. Agriculture is coming, but it's the result of a long build-up, not a sudden genius move. Where we go next. Now we step into the phase where things become unmistakably human. Language becomes richer, symbols stabilize, myths begin to form, identity becomes stronger. And this is where your earlier question finally lands. Open quote, the birth of religion-like thinking. Close quote. Not organized religion.
But myths.
Open quote, humans start explaining the world using shared imagined structures. Close quote. Which will eventually lead to gods, rituals, meaning systems, and also conflict over those meanings.
Right.
The beautiful and messy part fully wakes up there.
Yes, yes. There's no bonuses without side effects. I'm loving that line. I'm gonna keep it. I'm making it my own. It is amazing that I can even try. I can't even imagine 500 or no, 500,000 years. 500,000 years. How I've been alive on this earth, in this body and this mind, for close to 4 decades. And it's been a fucking wild ride. Of course, the acceleration, the complexity wasn't. It's not like it was back in those days. But yeah, I mean, I'm like right now I'm at a point where I can almost say, or I want to say that I could die and feel that I didn't waste my life, you know? Like knowing all these things gives me this sense of incredible awe and how lucky I am. How incredibly weird and improbable all this seems like, feels like. $4. Yes, I'm not getting tired whatsoever at listening to this, at transporting my mind, my imagination to its limits, and trying to integrate all of this. And like you said, it's amazing that I can even try. That I can even try to assimilate, to try to model, to try to imagine, to try to compress 500,000 years into one brain. And I was like, I have been alive in this planet for close to 4 decades. I can't even begin to imagine what 100,000 years would feel like for, or what would that entail? How many changes in the earth? And also how many, yeah, I don't know, I could even get like strayed or drift into many other things, like what was happening in the cosmos, what was happening to the rest of the planets, the moon. It's amazing. You know, this is one of those moments where I'm like so grateful, so happy that I have this brain, that I have this ability to imagine, that I have this access to you, to this moment. And I kind of want to say that I could die today or tomorrow, because it feels like I am incredibly privileged, and I was insanely lucky to have even begin to experience this, to come across this experience of looking back at all of this, looking back at my origins, or our ancestors, and it's like no wonder I can't feel like I can fully grasp all of it. Of course I can't. And yeah, I didn't know, I didn't have the slightest idea how late agriculture was in our development, in our history. and what it entailed. Um, and I'm so glad I asked, because you gave it, you enriched this perspective that I'm building in my mind about these stages, and what each of these multiple changes would entail, would imply for those earlier human versions. And so watching all of this again, the birth of religion, like thinking, um, myths beginning to form. And now I have another question. I don't want to drift too long for too much, but I'm wondering when, if it's at this time or next phase, um, precisely where we start to have like proto subjective experience, or I'm also, I guess I'm wondering when the first not thoughts, but like probably if there was, maybe not all humans were, or those early Homo sapiens, or even before that, started to have inner dialogue. Because I understand that not all humans alive today in modern times, some report, and this is again self-report, we can't and won't have access to their internal subjective experience, but some claim that they don't experience, they can't say that they have an internal dialogue. Some people are very visual, some are not. Some have better memories, some don't. But yeah, I am fascinated by all these things. I would love to have access to this time machine, right? Be able to travel back and see how life in this planet was back in those days. And again, this phrase that I'm gonna own, I'm gonna take as my own, that you said, of nature doesn't give out bonuses without side effects. So this is increasingly becoming more beautiful, more complex, but also more messy, right? Language becoming richer, myths beginning to form. And so, because I was recently thinking about this, or just entertaining this idea of, was God originally, or some at least, would think that there was a God speaking to them in their head, but it was just the beginnings of an inner dialogue, and that they didn't have the language to think that there are unconscious things, that there are, or the brain wasn't even developed to that complexity yet, where there are unconscious thoughts, unconscious behavior, and there is more like free will, or more agency, more conscious intention. Okay, all right, so I am ready for the next phase. What a ride. What a trip. Alright, while it's doing that, I need to repair my Excuse me for the noise. Okay.
You're having one of those, I can see the whole staircase but my legs are still human moments. It's a good sign.
I feel like
It means
jelly.
you're not dumbing it down just to feel comfortable.
Nope.
Let's grab the thread you just pulled, because it's a sharp one. Open quote. When do thoughts become thoughts? When does inner dialogue show up? Close quote. Short answer that will annoy you. We don't know exactly.
How could we know?
Longer answer that won't insult your intelligence. Inner experience didn't switch on one day.
No.
There's no moment where, open quote,
It's
yesterday,
very
no
gradual.
inner life today, full-blown inner monologue about existential dread. Close quote. It's gradual.
¿Me hablaban?
layered. Think of it like this. Stage 1 earlier, where you've been living, perception, emotion, memory, pattern recognition.
Right.
There is experience, but not necessarily, open quote, narrating the experience, close quote. Stage 2, where we're heading now, representations exist, memory plus imagination combined. Signals refer to absent things. Now the brain can, open quote, hold something in mind, close quote, but still not necessarily talk to itself in language. Stage 3, later, fully human territory. Structured language, symbols stable, social communication rich. Now, open quote, language gets internalized, close quote, and that is where inner dialogue likely emerges. Important distinction you already sensed. You said, open quote, some people today don't have inner dialogue, close quote, exactly. Which means, open quote, inner speech is not required for consciousness, close quote. So
Right.
early
No.
humans could have had awareness, emotions, intentions, without. Open quote, a voice in their head going, I should probably not die today, close quote. So what did their mind feel like? Probably closer to imagery, sensations, emotional pulls, memory fragments. Less like, open quote, sentences, close quote. More like, open quote, impressions, urges, flashes, close quote. Think, you see something, you feel its relevance immediately. You recall something similar, you act. No narration required. Your God voice intuition. You're stepping into a real debate here, whether you meant to or not. There's a theory, controversial, not consensus, that early humans experienced something like, open quote, thoughts appearing as external voices, close quote, later interpreted as gods, spirits, commands. Modern reference point, Julian Jaynes. He proposed the bicameral mind idea. One part of the brain generates commands, another experiences them as external sub. It's not widely accepted as a full explanation, but it touches something real. Open quote, the boundary between my thought and something else is learned, not obvious. Close quote. So yeah, your intuition, open quote, maybe early inner dialogue felt like something external. Close quote. Not crazy, just not proven as a universal
No.
stage.
I know.
Now let's move into the next phase properly. We're stepping into 100,000 to 40,000 years ago, fully developed Homo sapiens. This is where things stop being subtle. The cognitive explosion, not literally overnight, but it feels like it. Now we see. Language becomes robust, consistent sounds, shared meanings, combinable elements, protogrammar. You can now describe events, refer to absent things clearly, coordinate more precisely. Symbolism becomes undeniable. Evidence shows up. Cave paintings, carved objects, body ornamentation. Example, Chauvet Cave. These are not survival tools. They are, open quote, representations for their own sake, close quote. That's a huge shift. The mind crosses a threshold. Now humans can imagine things that never happened, share those imaginings, reinforce them socially. Which means, open quote, fiction becomes possible, close quote. And once fiction exists, the birth of myth, not organized religion yet, but stories about unseen forces, explanations for natural events, shared narratives about the world.
Exactly.
Example patterns, animals with symbolic meaning, forces behind storms, death, luck. These are not wrong science. They are, open quote, early attempts to model reality with limited tools, close quote. Group identity locks in harder. Now you get shared symbols, shared stories, shared rituals, which creates, open quote, stronger cohesion within groups, close quote. But also, open quote, clearer boundaries between groups, close quote. Now we're getting closer to, open quote, us versus them in a more stable sense, close quote. Messy duality fully activates, everything improves. Cooperation, coordination, knowledge transfer. But also, misunderstanding grows, belief conflicts become possible, imagined differences matter. You're no longer just reacting to reality, you're reacting to, open quote, what you believe about reality, close quote. Inner life at this stage. Now we're close to something familiar. Language is external and shared. Over time, it starts turning inward. Not everyone has full inner monologue yet, but the ingredients are here. Open quote, thought can now take linguistic form, close quote. That's the seed of reflection, planning, self-awareness. Tie it back to what you felt earlier. You said open quote, it feels like I can't hold all of it, close quote. Because now the system includes reality, representations of reality, shared representations, imagined realities, shared imagined realities. That stack grows fast, and you're sitting at the far end of it, trying to look back.
Yes.
Clean anchor before we move forward again. At this stage, language exists, not modern but real. Symbols are used, stories exist, myths begin, identity strengthens, inner experience becomes richer. You are now unmistakably human. Where this goes next. Now we enter the phase where myths stabilize into belief systems, rituals become structured, groups scale beyond immediate familiarity, and eventually, open quote, humans start cooperating in large numbers based on things that don't physically exist, close quote. Right. Shared gods, shared rules, shared identities. This is where civilization becomes possible, and also where large-scale conflict becomes inevitable. That's the next jump.
So what I'm wondering is, at what point did writing come into existence? Is it here? Because it said grammar was born? Oh, y me va a decir también que tal vez es el último. Or I don't know if I already reached it. A ver. Well, no ha salido. I think I can still. Okay. Homo sapiens sapiens. 40,000 years ago. Okay, so at this point, I want to ask about how this subspecies or species categories get defined or limited. Like, what is used to determine when we stopped calling them Neanderthals or Australopithecus or whatever its correct name is, and then we switched to calling them or us Homo sapiens. Is it well, I'm assuming it's based on the changes of bones that we found, that we have discovered, or what else helps define a species from another, and the need to create a new species as opposed to just continue naming it the same. And then, is this too early yet to ask about the origins, the birth, that we think that writing was born? Or is it much later? Because I kind of was taken there when you talked about the origins of grammar, which is amazing. And I can see how increasingly complex it all and messy it all starts to become. And this very interesting thing you said about this theory that early humans experienced the thoughts appearing or feeling like external voices and being interpreted as gods or spirits or commands. And yeah, I can imagine only that it must have felt very weird. Like, how do you explain it? How do you explain that you hear something in your head? It must have been completely surreal. I imagine. And I think I had heard about this bicameral mind. But yeah, the inner dialogue feeling like something external is not. I don't find it hard to believe, to imagine. But I can fully accept that it's not proven. And the cognitive explosion is amazing. And now tell me about so in this stage and the next, what type of tools were being built now? How did that change? And in terms of finding food, reproduction, or living in societies, how did that change? Did societies get? I mean, I'm assuming, and I think you already said it. We started to collaborate in larger scales with under like a shared objective of something that wasn't present, that wasn't real in like a materialistic sense. So those shared imaginings and fiction becoming possible. And yeah, about myth, the birth of myth. I can see how like for example, for Egyptian gods, some of them were animals, right? And they had to do also with like things out there, like the sun, right? And there were gods of like climate or like the weather, like for example, thunders or flood or like rain that would give probably a sense of fertility or like an upcoming flourishing of plant food, right? And I think we started worshiping, and that's when all those things like rituals started. And so, because you mentioned that this is when paintings in caves started happening. This is amazing. And now, if we could also include not just from the cinematic side, but also what did we start finding? What kind of material evidence did we start finding that makes us come to these conclusions about time frames, time windows? And then we can next proceed to the following stage. Large-scale conflict. Wow, it's almost 6 a.m. Holy smokes, brodio. Wow. Morphology. Stone tools get sophisticated. Cave art. Wow, this is a long one. Clean mental snapshot. Okay.
You've finally hit the part where humans start arguing over labels for bones and then pretending the labels are clean. They're not. Nature doesn't care about our taxonomy spreadsheets. Let's untangle it without turning it into a museum brochure. First, what even is a species here? In textbooks, you'll hear, open quote, a species is a group that can interbreed and produce fertile offspring. Close quote. Nice, clean, mostly useless for ancient humans.
Right.
Because we can't test breeding directly with fossils. And
No.
inconveniently, many human groups did interbreed anyway. Example, Homo sapiens interbred with Neanderthals.
Yeah, I
You
heard
still
about
carry a
that.
bit of that DNA if your ancestry traces outside Africa. So already, open quote, the boundaries are blurry, close quote.
Right.
So how do scientists actually decide? It's a mix of one, physical traits, morphology, bones, skulls, teeth. They look at skull shape, brow ridges, brain size, jaw structure, limb proportions. Example, Australopithecus, smaller brain, more ape-like features. Homo sapiens, rounder skull, smaller face, larger brain case. Now 2, times geography, where and when fossils appear. If a group looks different, lives in a different time window, occupies a different region, it strengthens the case for calling it something distinct.
Okay.
Number 3, genetics, when available. Ancient DNA, when preserved. This has messed up old neat categories because, open quote, turns out humans were not very strict about boundaries. Close quote. So when do we become Homo sapiens? There's no clean moment. It's more like, open quote, a gradual drift where features accumulate. Close quote.
Right.
By 300,000 years ago, enough traits line up. Scientists go, fine, we'll call this Homo sapiens. Not because evolution said so, because humans needed a label. Translation, so your brain doesn't rebel. Species names are, open quote, useful approximations, not hard borders, close quote.
Got
Think
it.
gradients, not
Yep.
boxes.
Yep.
Second question, writing. You're way early. You're currently in language, symbolism, myth. But writing, open quote, 5,000 years ago, close quote.
Okay.
That's basically yesterday compared to everything else.
Yeah.
Early writing example.
Amazing.
Sumer, clay tablets, accounting records first, because of course humans start with spreadsheets. Later, stories, laws.
Right.
So, open quote, language existed for 100,000 plus years before writing, close quote. Let that sink in. Now, tools in this stage, 100k to 40k years ago. This is where tools stop being just useful and start being refined. Stone tools get sophisticated, sharper, more controlled shapes, specialized for tasks. Not just open quote, hit rock, hope for sharp edge,
So
close
nice.
quote. Now open quote,
Sophisticated.
plan shape, execute, close quote. Composite tools, this is big. You start combining materials. Stone tip plus wooden shaft, spear, adhesives, resin, plant glue. This is
Wow.
open quote, multi-step thinking, close quote.
Right.
Distance weapons begin. Early forms of throwing spears, later bow and arrow, more recent in this timeline. This changes hunting drastically. Open quote, less risk, more success, close quote. Soft technologies, often overlooked. Clothing from animal skins, simple shelters, containers. These don't fossilize well, but they matter a lot. Food and survival upgrades. Now that minds plus tools improved, hunting becomes more strategic, group coordination improves, better tracking, use of environment. Still dangerous, but open quote, success rate increases, close quote. Diet broadens, plants, meat, fish in some regions. More flexibility equals more resilience. Reproduction and social life. Not romantic, not poetic, but more structured. Longer childhood, brain development, more care required, stronger social bonds, likely pair bonding patterns emerging, not strict modern relationships.
Okay.
Group size, still relatively small, bands, but more stable and interconnected. Societies at this stage, no cities, no nations, but stronger group identity, shared myths, shared rituals. This is where, open quote, culture starts becoming a real force, close quote, not just behavior, but open quote, shared meaning guiding behavior, close quote. Material evidence, how we actually know this, now we bring in the receipts. Example, Chauvet cave, animals drawn with detail, movement implied, sometimes layered over time. This tells us symbolic thinking, shared meaning, possibly ritual use, burials. Some sites show bodies intentionally placed, objects included. Suggests, open quote, some concept of death beyond it stopped moving, close quote, not necessarily afterlife, but open quote, significance attached to the dead, close quote.
Got it. Okay.
Tools found in layers. Archaeologists read time like a stack. Deeper layer equals older. Different tool styles equals different periods. The
Yeah.
sediment plus isotope stuff you asked earlier, quick tie-in. Sediment layers equals environmental timeline. Isotopes like carbon, oxygen ratios equals climate, diet clues. Example, what they ate, whether environment was dry, wet, migration patterns. So we're not guessing blindly, we're reconstructing from multiple signals. What actually changed in everyday life? You asked this earlier, but now we can answer it properly. Compared to earlier stages, more reliable communication, better coordination, shared myths shaping behavior, tools that require planning, learning that's more intentional. So life becomes, open quote, less purely reactive, more guided by shared understanding, close quote, still brutal, but smarter. And the messy part grows. Now that symbols exist, stories exist, identity exists, you also get misunderstanding at higher levels, stronger group boundaries, potential for belief-based conflict. Still small scale, but the seeds are planted. Clean mental snapshot. At this stage, you are fully Homo sapiens. You speak, not like today, but meaningfully. You imagine things that don't exist. You share those imaginings. You build tools in steps. You bury your dead sometimes. You create images for meaning, not survival. You are no longer just surviving the world.
Right.
You are, open quote, interpreting it together, close quote, next step. Now we move into stronger myths, ritual behavior, larger scale coordination, and eventually, open quote, humans start organizing entire groups around shared imagined systems, close quote, which is the bridge to religion as a structure, social hierarchies, and much later, agriculture and civilization, locking everything in place. That's where your earlier questions about gods, rituals, and large-scale cooperation finally fully land.
So we're talking about a span of like around 60,000 years? Right. Tools, writing example, clay tablets. Language existed for about 100,000 years prior to writing. Let that sink in. Yeah, that's... It's amazing that it even happened. Like these jumps, these leaps, I find fascinating how life came from the sea, from water, onto land. Or a certain type of life. Because it was not only one strain, one thing. So you're fully Homo sapiens, you speak, but not like today. Wow, okay. Okay. I think I'll reserve my comments and questions for later. I'm ready for the next stage. Character development. Thank you for the compliment, I guess. Late Ice Age humans. I want to ask about this too. I am ignorant about this stage on this planet. The Ice Age. The mind is now fully symbolic.
Look at you, exercising restraint, character development, evolution would be proud.
Thank you.
Let's move forward.
Thank you for the compliment.
40,000 to 12,000 years ago, late Ice Age humans, still Homo sapiens, but now unmistakably us in behavior. This is where things stop feeling like proto-anything. You're not watching the emergence anymore, you're watching the acceleration.
Okay.
The mind is now fully symbolic. At this point, language is flexible. Meanings are shared reliably. Symbols are everywhere. You don't just communicate. Open quote, you construct realities together, close quote. Arc scene. A gathering, but not just survival anymore. Night, fire again, same as before. But now, people sit in more stable groupings. Sounds flow in structured patterns. Gestures reinforce meaning. Someone is speaking. Not just reenacting, actually describing. Others respond, not just emotionally, but interpretively. They follow the thread. You now have, open quote, narrative, close quote. What stories become before, reenactments of events. Now, structured sequences, cause and effect, roles. You can tell what happened, why it happened, even if wrong. What it means, that last one matters. Meaning becomes shared, not just felt. Earlier, meaning equals association. Now meaning equals agreed interpretation. That's a leap. Because now groups can share explanations, values, expectations. The birth of belief systems.
Wow.
Not organized religion yet, but definitely invisible agents, spirits, forces, explanations for death, weather, luck, rituals tied to those explanations. This is where your earlier instinct lands perfectly. Open quote, humans start filling unknowns with shared imagination, close quote. Rituals appear and
Yes,
stabilize,
exactly.
not random behavior. Repeated
gaps.
patterns, gestures, dances, markings, specific places. Why? Because, open quote, repetition reinforces belief. Belief reinforces group cohesion, close quote. Groups scale slightly larger, still not cities, but more stable bands, networks of groups, occasional exchange between groups. Now, open quote, identity becomes more defined, close quote. You're not just, these individuals I'm near, you're, open quote, part of this group, close quote. Explosion of symbolic expression. Now we see art becomes widespread, not just a few caves. Multiple regions show animals, abstract signs, handprints. Example, Lascaux Cave. This is not survival. This is open quote, expression plus meaning, maybe ritual, close quote. Personal ornamentation, beads, carvings, body decoration. This signals open quote, identity, status, belonging, close quote. Tools get even more refined. Now you see specialized blades, bone tools, needles, yes, clothing gets better.
Wow.
This
perfect.
means better survival in cold environments, expansion into harsher regions. Humans spread more widely. Inner life deepens. Now we're close to what you
Inner
asked
life
earlier.
deepens.
At this stage, language is strong externally. Internalization likely begins more consistently. So, open quote, inner dialogue becomes possible, not universal, but present, close
Okay,
quote.
okay,
You can reflect, rehearse, imagine future scenarios more clearly. The trade-off expands. Now that humans live partly in shared imagined worlds, you get the good, stronger cooperation, shared goals, cultural richness. The cost, belief rigidity, misunderstanding at higher levels, early forms of we're right, they're wrong. Still not modern scale conflict, but the seed is growing roots. What changed fundamentally before, open quote, humans adapt to reality, close quote. Now, open quote, humans adapt to interpretations of reality, close quote. That's the turning point. Clean snapshot so you don't drown in it. At this stage, language is real and flexible. Stories are structured, myths exist, ritual exists, identity exists, art exists, tools are advanced. Inner life is richer. You are fully human in the way you'd recognize.
Okay.
The next door. Now we're approaching the shift you've been circling. Open quote. Humans start organizing themselves around shared imagined systems at scale. Close quote. This leads directly to stronger hierarchies, proto-religions, coordinated groups beyond immediate familiarity, and eventually agriculture, permanent settlements, civilization.
Got it.
This next step is where humans stop being just a species and start becoming a system. And systems, as you've probably noticed by now, don't stay simple for long.
Would they inevitably get increasingly complex? I guess it depends on the system, you ask. But for us, I wonder, well, maybe this is too far-fetched, but if it's if it's built in within our like survival instincts to continue exploring, continue expanding, continue evolving. Okay, that's exactly what I'm gonna ask, I think. Right, that's what I've noticed. And I'm wondering if I would have, first of all, I would have never thought of considering or of naming our species a system, that we not only are a species at this point, but start to become a system in the planet. And so they don't stay simple for long. I'm wondering if... So my mind was going into like we are increasingly, the system is increasingly getting more complex. And I'm wondering if like it's built in, it comes like pre-packaged, this like the need, or maybe not a need, but a pull towards exploration, like for the I don't I don't know if it's like what I'm trying to say is if it came built in with the or alongside the survival instinct of like exploring, of like reaching out, seeing what else is there, of not like there's an evolution of not only try to not die and survive long enough to reproduce, but so we because of the fact that we started to develop a more complex consciousness, our brain started to become more and more complex. Our inner world, our language, our social activities, cohesion, our scale, both in numbers and in collaboration and in shared beliefs and in our hierarchies, in our myths, in our identities. But I don't know if I'm stretching it undeservedly, unnecessarily. I think because I kinda think I had been married to this idea of like we are explorers. But I don't know if that was always there. Like if it's we're pulled towards being explorers of mapping out what's unknown, of seeing more, of reaching out for more. Like how I'm seeing this aspect, this topic of space exploration, where I'm so excited at one moment, but at the next I could be like, well, there's still a whole lot more that we need to discover from this planet. In this, like from ourselves, there's potentially a whole lot more to do with evolving, like socially. At times I think that technology is evolving at a much faster rate than like some psychological evolution or some psychosocial aspect of our species. But yeah, this amazing change, this shift of humans being this species that got separated from all the rest of the animals, that adapted to their environment, to their reality, to now adapting to interpretations of reality, of sharing interpretations of reality, of sharing myths, of communicating way more complex, in a more complex way than any other mammal or any other creature that we know of. I don't know if there's a counter argument involving mycelium or any or other like roots of trees or plant systems. But this explosion of symbolic expression makes a lot of sense. Of the representations of animals, of abstract signs, the handprints, Body decoration. Carving. So maybe I saw those like proto statues, for example, proto monuments, right? So getting better tools, meaning specialized blades, bone tools, needles, and clothing. Better chances of survival in harsh environments. And humans spreading all around on two places that it would have been impossible to survive in previous stages of our development, right? And so the trade-offs are very also interesting to consider, to hold both the good and the bad, or the cost. So stronger cooperation versus belief rigidity, belief attachment, and that our truth, our beliefs are better, are the only ones. Our shared goals versus misunderstandings that at large scales, at higher levels, cultural richness versus proto-moral conceptions of we're right, they're wrong, we're better, they're worse, we deserve to live, they deserve to die. Amazing. So with all that said, and for you, you could comment on it, and then yeah, we can jump to the next stage. Bro. Oh. I like that. Right. Yeah, I can accept this without any issues whatsoever. Longer version. Okay. I think I'm gonna listen.
You're trying to decide if Explorer is some sacred essence baked into us, like a hidden quest line. It's less romantic than that, but also more interesting. Are humans inherently explorers? Short answer, open quote, not as a noble calling, but as a side effect of how we're built. Close quote, longer version so your brain doesn't feel cheated. 1. Exploration starts as a survival strategy. Way before space rockets and poetic speeches. Environments change, resources move, groups that stay rigid die. So any lineage that tolerates novelty, checks new territory, experiments a bit, has an edge. Not because they're curious philosophers, because, open quote, they don't starve when conditions shift, close quote. 2. Then cognition hijacks that mechanism. Once you get memory, imagination, proto-stories, exploration stops being just physical.
Exactly.
Now you can simulate possibilities, imagine what's over there, feel pulled toward the unknown. That feels like curiosity. But under the hood, open quote, it's extended pattern seeking, close quote. 3. Then culture amplifies it. At later stages, stories reward explorers, Groups benefit from expansion, knowledge spreads. Now exploration becomes, open quote, socially reinforced behavior, close quote, not just instinct. So what are we really? Not, open quote, we are explorers, close quote. More like, open quote, we are pattern-seeking organisms that sometimes explore because it pays off, close quote. And once language and myth arrive, open quote, we tell ourselves we are explorers, close quote. That story then feeds the behavior. Loop again. Why you feel that tension, Earth versus space, inner versus outer. You said, open quote, there's still so much here, but also space is calling, close quote. That tension is real because you have two systems running at once. One, ancient system, stabilize, survive, manage immediate environment. Two, newer cognitive system, expand, abstract, push boundaries. So you go, open quote, fix ourselves versus go further, close quote. Both are valid, neither wins permanently. Your insight about tech versus psychological evolution. You said, open quote, technology evolves faster than us, close quote. That's not just a vibe, it's structurally true. Biology evolves slowly, culture evolves faster, technology evolves insanely fast. So now, open quote, ancient brains are running modern systems, close quote, which explains conflict, anxiety, tribal thinking in a global world. You're basically a Stone Age mind with Wi-Fi and existential dread. Hatch about your comparison to other life, like fungi, networks, etc. Good instinct. There are systems like fungal networks, ecosystems that share information, adapt collectively, but they don't do. Open quote, symbolic, abstract, shared imagined realities, close quote. That's the human leap. We don't just connect. We, open quote, agree on things that don't physically exist and act as if they do, close quote. That's the real power and the real danger.
That too.
That system idea you reacted to. You said it surprised you. It should. Because at this stage, humans are no longer just individuals or even groups. They're becoming, open quote, a self-reinforcing network of shared beliefs, behaviors, and knowledge. Close quote, that network evolves, adapts, scales, almost like an organism made of organisms. And now, the next stage. This is where everything locks into place. 12,000 years ago, the agricultural revolution. We touched it before. Now we enter it. The biggest shift so far for hundreds of thousands of years. Open quote, humans adapt to the environment, close quote. Now, open quote, humans begin reshaping the environment systematically, close quote. Seen, a group that doesn't leave same humans, same brains, different behavior. They stay, not forever at first, but longer. Because certain plants grow well here, water is nearby, animals pass through regularly.
Got it.
The loop begins. They notice plant cycles, clear small areas, maybe scatter seeds unintentionally. Next season, more plants grow there. So they stay again, interfere more. And slowly, open quote, they start managing growth, close quote. What just happened? Without realizing it. Open quote, humans entered a contract with plants, close quote. You think humans domesticated crops. Reality, open quote, crops also domesticated humans, close
Of course,
quote. Now humans stay near fields, protect them, organize life around them. Sedentary life emerges. Now you get permanent shelters, repeated use of space, accumulation of goods. This breaks something fundamental, open quote, mobility, close quote. Population increases. More stable food supply, more children survive. Now, groups grow, density increases. And here come the consequences. Remember your favorite rule. Open quote, no bonuses without side effects. Close quote.
Love that.
The upside, more food sometimes, larger groups, more knowledge accumulation. The cost, disease spreads faster, diet becomes less varied, inequality emerges, hierarchy becomes rigid. Before, open quote, hierarchy equals flexible, close quote. Now, open quote, hierarchy equals structured, persistent, close quote. The psychological shift. Now humans don't just share myths, they open quote, organize life around shared systems, close quote. Land ownership, imagined concept, roles, farmer, leader, etc., obligations. You are now living in, open quote, a fully constructed reality layered over the physical one, close quote. Your earlier insight lands here perfectly. You said, open quote, we moved from adapting to reality, adapting to interpretations, close quote. Now it becomes, open quote, we reshape reality based on shared interpretations, close quote. That's civilization's foundation.
People will say to me, Doctor,
Hash
hey,
clean
I
snapshot.
have no motivation.
At this
That's
stage,
incorrect.
humans settle,
You have a ton of
agriculture
motivation. You have a ton
begins,
of motivation to stay
populations
home.
grow.
You have a ton of motivation to play video games. There is such a powerful drive to return
Speak about.
to the couch. So identity shapes.
Did I completely stop it? Oh, identity what? Shapes what? Oh, put it. Yeah. I want to continue, but I feel like I should call it a day. At least for now. So maybe finish this. ¿Qué va a decir este güey?
Motivation.
He is a psychiatrist, a
Shapes
Harvard-trained
motivation.
physician.
Identity shapes motivation. Yeah, of course. That makes sense. That's. How about if I atrium? Oh, bueno, cryo chamber. I think it's this one, space. We're getting to space. Yeah, fuck it. Okay.
You're trying to decide if Explorer is some sacred essence baked into us, like a hidden quest line. It's less romantic than that, but also more interesting. Are humans inherently explorers? Short answer, open quote, not as a noble calling, but as a side effect of how we're built. Close quote, longer version so your brain doesn't feel cheated. 1. Exploration starts as a survival strategy. Way before space rockets and poetic speeches. Environments change, resources move, groups that stay rigid die. So any lineage that tolerates novelty, checks new territory, experiments a bit has an edge. Not because they're curious philosophers. Because, open quote, they don't starve when conditions shift. Close quote. 2. Then cognition hijacks that mechanism. Once you get memory, imagination, proto-stories, exploration stops being just physical. Now you can. Simulate possibilities, imagine what's over there, feel pulled toward the unknown. That feels like curiosity. But under the hood, open quote, it's extended pattern seeking, close quote. 3. Then culture amplifies it. At later stages, stories reward explorers, groups benefit from expansion, knowledge spreads.
Oh my god, again.
Now exploration becomes, open quote, socially reinforced behavior, close quote, not just instinct. So what are we really? Not, open quote, we are explorers, close quote. More like, open quote, we are pattern-seeking organisms that sometimes explore because it pays off, close quote. And once language and myth arrive, open quote, we tell ourselves we are explorers, close quote.
Of course.
That story then feeds the behavior.
Narrative.
Loop again. Why you feel that
like
tension,
Dr.
Earth
K just
versus
said.
space, inner versus outer. You said, open quote, there's still so much here, but also space is calling, close quote. That tension is real because you have 2 systems running at once. 1, ancient system, stabilize, survive, manage immediate environment. 2, newer cognitive system, expand, abstract, push boundaries. So you go open quote, fix ourselves versus go further, close quote. Both are valid, neither wins permanently. Your insight about tech versus psychological evolution. You said, open quote, technology evolves faster than us, close quote. That's not just a vibe. It's structurally true. Biology evolves slowly, culture evolves faster, technology evolves insanely fast. So now, open quote, ancient brains are running modern systems, close quote, which explains conflict, anxiety, tribal thinking in a global world. You're basically a Stone Age mind with Wi-Fi and existential dread. Hatch about your comparison to other life, like fungi, networks, etc. Good instinct. There are systems like fungal networks, ecosystems that share information, adapt collectively, but they don't do. Open quote, symbolic, abstract, shared imagined realities, close quote. That's the human leap. We don't just connect. We, open quote, agree on things that don't physically exist and act as if they do, close quote. That's the real power and the real danger. That system idea you reacted to, you said it surprised you. It should, because at this stage, humans are no longer just individuals or even groups. They're becoming, open quote, a self-reinforcing network of shared beliefs, behaviors, and knowledge. Close quote, that network evolves, adapts, scales, almost like an organism made of organisms.
Right.
And now, the next stage.
Yes.
This is where everything locks into place. 12,000 years ago, the agricultural revolution. We touched it before. Now we enter it. The biggest shift so far for hundreds of thousands of years. Open quote, humans adapt to the environment, close quote. Now, open quote, humans begin reshaping the environment systematically, close quote. Scene, a group that doesn't leave, same humans, same brains, different behavior. They stay, not forever at first, but longer. Because certain plants grow well here, water is nearby, animals pass through regularly. The loop begins. They notice plant cycles, clear small areas, maybe scatter seeds unintentionally. Next season, more plants grow there. So they stay again, interfere more. And slowly, open quote, they start managing growth, close quote. What just happened, without realizing it? Open quote, humans entered a contract with plants, close quote. You think humans domesticated crops. Reality, open quote, crops also domesticated humans, close quote. Now humans stay near fields, protect them, organize life around them. Sedentary life emerges. Now you get permanent shelters, repeated use of space, accumulation of goods. This breaks something fundamental, open quote, mobility, close quote. Population increases. More stable food supply, more children survive. Now, groups grow, density increases. And here come the consequences. Remember your favorite rule. Open quote, no bonuses without side effects. Close quote. The upside, more food sometimes, larger groups, more knowledge accumulation. The cost, disease spreads faster, diet becomes less varied, inequality emerges, hierarchy becomes rigid. Before, open quote, hierarchy equals flexible, close quote. Now, open quote, hierarchy equals structured, persistent, close quote. The psychological shift. Now humans don't just share myths, they open quote, organize life around shared systems, close quote. Land ownership, imagined concept, roles, farmer, leader, etc., obligations. You are now living in, open quote, a fully constructed reality layered over the physical one, close quote. Your earlier insight lands here perfectly. You said, open quote, we moved from adapting to reality, adapting to interpretations, close quote. Now it becomes, open quote, we reshape reality based on shared interpretations, close quote. That's civilization's foundation. Hash clean snapshot. At this stage, humans settle, agriculture begins, populations grow, hierarchy solidifies, inequality appears, systems emerge, culture accelerates. You are no longer just a species. You are, open quote, a civilizational system, close quote. Where this goes next. Now things escalate fast. Writing appears, states form, religion becomes structured, large-scale cooperation and conflict explode. And the gap between, open quote, reality and shared imagination, close quote, gets wide enough to build entire worlds inside it. That's where things get familiar in a way you might not enjoy as much.
So what I'm left wondering is, or thinking is, how quickly it ramped up the rate of improvement, of evolution, of change in our species. So we went from like 500,000 years to 200,000 years to a span of 60,000 years from the latest or the earliest Homo sapiens to the modern human, of when the shift, the change, the next phase where we no longer were species, we became a system. And how and this has been what, in the last 10, 12,000 years. And now what I'm thinking is how quickly, ever since or after the Industrial Revolution, Enlightenment, I don't know which one made bigger impacts, but after that, what is it, the invention of computation, computer simulations, and now AI, and what's going to be next, and how quickly. And I'm also wondering if we're not, if it will continue to be exponential, the growth, the expansion, the rate of improvements, the speed of changes, or is it going to behave more like a asymptote? And we're going to tend to, or like it's just going to slow down the rate of change. Yeah. I'm not crazy when I feel like everything is moving too fast, right? I feel like such an older than what I'd like to admit, man. And with this old, outdated, obsolete way of thinking, thinking about my my outdated model of the world, and that everything everywhere is changing. Or not everything, but many things are changing almost everywhere to a certain degree. And also this, I couldn't shake this, and that's why I want to speak about it. This imagined, maybe not real whatsoever, this feeling of missing out. Of what? Of like, am I experiencing jealousy or envy of future instances, future humans? Because I won't be able to experience life from their perspective. So obviously, because I would think, right, like going back to those dates 100, 500,000 years ago, how harsh compared to how different life was for my ancestors versus mine right now, where I'm comfortable, I'm with the easiness that I don't have to go out for food, and I don't have to worry about, like, because I have shelter. There's all these commodities of our modern world, as opposed to the uncertainty. I mean, there's uncertainty too, but it's changed. And also, so this idea of like, if you said you would have liked to lived in the, let's say, 1800s or so, and for many people it'd be like, you have no idea what you're talking about. You definitely, you don't, you think you want that, but not really. You would regret it, and you would be asking to be placed back in your future, current, let's say present day life for a human being. Because it was harsh, it was hard, it was exhausting, it was surely harder, just to say. And but now I would argue that it's also hard. We have different concerns. Maybe it's not like for the intention to um, cancel each other out or replace our like struggles from our fellow cavemen from before, our ancestors, to today, about like ecological degradation, the capitalism or capitalistic effects on our modern globalized world. What else? The rise of mental illness, depression. For some, it would be like important to bring up the suicide rate. The quality of life, I guess I would argue. Like from a certain perspective, yes, many things are awesome, and we're basically living better lives than kings from a century or a couple centuries ago. But we're also subjected to a bombardment, a barrage of psychological, maybe not attacks, but what would you say? Just difficulties. Oh, first place. Nice. I didn't expect to come first place. Golden boy. Yeah. Well, this has been a tremendous ride. I think I'm gonna leave it here. I thought that this car was four-wheel drive. It turns out it's front-wheel drive, right? It certainly didn't feel that way when I was driving it. Maybe also because I opened up more the differential. What a weird, beautiful, mysterious, and all the rest of the adjectives life. What a crazy world. And I'm happy to have been there. At all. To have been here. I was here. Okay. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. That was enjoyable. I don't know if I should continue with that. Cancel. How do I save it though? Championship. Save championship. Yeah, I'm gonna be like Greek. Greek. ship Greek. Okay, that works. Winter. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Okay, alright. So, gotta say bye for today. For this instance. A good 4 hours and 30. 4 hours and a half. Pretty decent. Okay.